Busy evening. I want to welcome everybody to our town council meeting, but we do have a public hearing on the budget right before we begin our council meeting. I know we're kind of in tight quarters, but there are still seats up front, and we hope that we can move efficiently and get through the agenda in a good time. So I'm going to open up right now our meeting. This is Monday, April 24th at 7 o'clock. And we are opening up for a public hearing. So I would ask, Mark, do you want to set it up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, the Board of Finance voted on a recommended budget to this board. You'll have your public hearing tonight. In 2 weeks from tonight, you will debate and approve the budget. That being said, as procedure would have it, the Chair of the Board of Finance will now give the report of the Board of Finance's recommendation to this board. Mr. Leary.
Thank you, John. Would you come forward, please? John Leary, our Chairman of our Board of Finance.
I want to thank you all everybody for being here, being part of the process. The process just calls for everybody to be involved, us as elected officials and then everybody else to participate and have their voices heard. So it's great to be here and do my part on behalf of our 6-member board. So good evening, Chair Triano, members of the Southington Town Council, and everyone in attendance. You have before you the 23-24 fiscal year budget as recommended by the Board of Finance. This budget asks the Town Council for authorization to spend $173,494,937 from the general fund. That number is broken down with $110.5 million to the Board of Ed for operations, $49.9 million to the general government, and $13.1 million for debt service. You'll notice debt service now has its own line in the budget. In addition, the budget is seeking $6.7 million for the sewer fund budget, $288,000 for animal control, and $78.8 million for year one of the 5-year capital improvement plan. In this proposed budget, Board of Ed operational spending increases $6 million from $104 million to $110 million. This signifies a significant investment in education for our youth. General government spending increases $3 million from $47 million to $50 million, and debt service increases $2 million from $11 million to $13 million. The resulting impact on the mill rate and the taxpayers is an increase of 1.23 mills expressed as a 4.22% increase. So property taxes under this recommended budget would increase 4.22%. What does that mean? A home with a market value of $100,000 would see an $87 increase. A home with a market value of $200,000 would see a $173 increase. A home with a market value of $300,000 would see $260 increase. And a home with a market value of $400,000 would see a $346 increase. Before I proceed with the details of this recommended budget presentation, I would like to make some important points for your consideration. My projection. 1 year ago at this meeting, I forecasted local taxes to increase approximately 4.5% in the 2023-24 fiscal year. Today, I stand before you with the Board of Finance recommended budget showing a tax increase of 4.24%. Inflation. Inflation is a determinant, is a detriment to the purchasing power of a currency. As prices rise, money does not go as far. It's defined as the increase in aggregate demand over aggregate supply. Inflation hit a 40-year high. For the past 10 years, it was below 2.5%, and it was between 7 and 6% when this budget was compiled. Inflation was the main contributor that drove costs up above our normal annual spending increases. The federal government properly increased interest rates to slow demand and thereby slow the economy and reduce inflation. Currently, inflation is at approximately 5%, and it's predicted to settle at 4% by year end. We all look forward to lower inflation and the lowering of the interest rates. It must be noted that contractual labor cost increases are from bargaining unit contracts that predate inflation, and therefore our budget is not impacted by the raises given to the unions because their contracts predate the inflation. Everything else went up. The inflation in this budget affects purchased goods and services, vehicles, supplies, fuel, and energy costs. It affects our vendors and the costs passed on to us. Inflation and the countermeasure of increased interest rates negatively affect our families, our businesses, and our government. Next point is the omitted need. With the inflationary pressures on the budget and the above-average tax increases proposed in this budget, the department heads and upper management, the superintendent, town manager, may have left out certain needs in personnel, training, and equipment. This is a level services budget. In a growing community, we need to plan and address for forecasted growth. The idea of a fiscal cliff, the word is used locally in town. I'll try and describe it because you might hear it. In this budget, spending is up $10.8 million. A cliff, as we use the word locally, would mean a revenue source disappeared and we have a gap in revenue to make up. There's no gap left from a prior year. What we have before us is $10.8 million of new spending. So that definition, just have to look at that from a different perspective and go off script a little bit. A fiscal cliff is more analogous to if my mother was paying my rent and all of a sudden she said to me, I'm no longer going to pay your rent. The rent remains the same, but the burden of paying it shifts from my mother to me. That would create what we use as the definition of a fiscal cliff locally. In our case here, spending went up $10.8 million. It wasn't a matter of we had another payer, we took the place of the other payer. This is a case where expenses just purely went up. So it's new spending for the same services is what we're seeing in this budget. Debt. At June 30th, 2021, debt was our town total debt was $116.9 million. At June 30th, 2022, our total debt is $106.7 million. Our permissible limit is 7 times tax receipts, which is $895 million. So our permissible limit is $895 million, and at 6/30/22, we were at $116.9 million. So we're only at 12% of our limit. School safety. Safety is paramount across all functions in our town, not just our schools, but every function. We have directly asked the Board of Education to come to the Board of Finance with reasonable safety-related capital needs. We have $7 million in excess rainy day funds that can be used for capital immediately to address any safety concerns. Prior to our vote, we had discussions with Chair Clark and Superintendent Medancy regarding school safety, and we opened the door that we wanted them to come forward with reasonable safety measures. If there were locks that didn't work, a vestibule that needed building, a card key system, reasonable safety measures that may not be in place, we'd like to address that, and we have the funds to do it. And we'll do it close to immediately, as soon as that's brought forward. MERS, or CMERS, Connecticut Municipal Employee Retirement System. All town employees and non-teachers in the Board of Ed are in the CMERS Retirement Defined Benefit Pension Plan. We budget annual increases in the plan funding every year. This year, after our budget was put together, we received a notice late in the budget cycle from the State Controller's Office that Connecticut municipalities needed to make additional contributions, and our contribution was an additional $840,000 payment into MERS. MERS is a fully funded pension plan. On March 9th, the Board of Finance held a public hearing to increase spending by $840,000. Contributing to the shortfall in MERS is a less than expected return on plan assets, and also, because of inflation, the MERS plan gave a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, of 6%, where normally each year a retired person under MERS would get a 2% increase. This year, they got a 6%. That reset the trajectory. The plan assets did not achieve the market gains that were predicted. It left the plan short, and everybody had to ante up, and ours was $840,000. So we increased the budget after receiving it. Our credit rating, Standard & Poor's rates us at AA+. That's the rating one down from the top. And Moody's at AA2, which is the same thing. It's one down from the top. It's where we've been for as long as I've been here, and probably beyond. And I think we all believe that that's a great place to be. It gives us good financing rates. It makes us very secure in the market when we bring municipal bonds forward, and it's a rating where we want to be. So everybody in town should be happy that we are in a good place as a town. The rating agencies know it, and when I talk about the rainy day fund, it'll even become more apparent. Although we do have a high tax increase this year, admittedly. Solar. Some folks are saying, we heard this through the process, what's going on with solar? I thought we had solar, or you say energy is going up because of inflation, but isn't our offset, shouldn't we be seeing a benefit from having all the solar panels on the schools? Titan Energy informed Southington, we have savings to date of $223,000 from the use of solar, and it's expected to grow. If the Eversource rates increase, our savings will grow, because as Eversource raises their price, Green Skies has an arrangement with us at a lower price, and that differential we can call cost avoidance or savings. Green Skies is the company that owns the solar, that installed it, of course, with our permission, installed the solar, and they own the equipment, and they then charge us a rate, and they charge us a rate less than Eversource. So that difference, so if Eversource even goes further up, Green Skies has more of a locked-in rate because it's solar. They're not dependent on, purchasing energy for us. Just keep that in mind as you go through the budget. The rainy day fund, I'll talk about it one more time, but in here, required by Board of Finance policy, and we've raised it from, we had to achieve 9%, then we raised it to 10, now we raised it to 11% of revenue. It sits at 19 million. It's the undesignated fund balance. So we have this general fund in it. All the balances are designated for a purpose. There's this one category called undesignated fund balance in accounting. That undesignated fund balance we all loosely call the rainy day fund, because it's not designated for a particular purpose. According to our self-written and town council adopted policy, we keep 11% of general revenues in there. So about 19 million of the undesignated fund balance we call the rainy day fund per policy. And we have that locked away, and we have it invested. But we have 28.3 million in the fund. So not only do we have the 11% we need, we have an additional. We're going to draw 2 million out for capital. It leaves us with a little bit high of 7 million in there. A lot of folks were saying, how come you can't use that for operations? And the answer comes back to policy and back to just general guidance. And we'll talk about that later in the presentation. But that excess we could use for capital, and that's what I just cited we could use if there are any school safety issues brought forward. We could immediately take that from the excess rainy day. We have 7.7 million in there. We can take that out and use it immediately to address any need, reasonable need within the school system or anywhere else. The grand list. In this year's budget, we saw a grand list growth of $85 million. The $85 million growth in the grand list, when you tax it at last year's rate, will bring us an additional $2.5 million in new taxes. That's new stuff on the grand list. So you could look at the grand list in terms of price and volume. The grand list represents all the taxable property in town. So when you decide how much your budget's going to be, you back into it and say, against this grand list, I have to get, I'll even give you the number. When you're doing it, you say, okay, I need, in our case, 142 million. We have a grand list of 4.6 billion. We just divide it back, and based upon that property, taxes are levied. So the grand list represents all property in town that's taxable. And when that grand list grows, it grows for two reasons. One, because of revaluation, of which we did not have in our town. If you look at New Britain, they had a revaluation year. We didn't. So we have the same grand list. So our grand list grew predominantly from new things, additions, new buildings, developed property, business assets, new stuff that wasn't on there last year. When we tax that stuff at last year's rate, we get 2.5 million of tax dollars that were not there last year, new tax dollars. While the grand list growth is to be desired, we thank Lou Perillo for his economic development work over many years, and we recognize it takes a vision and a strategy to grow the grand list. It doesn't just happen. A little bit of it just happens, but a lot of it is planned out, orchestrated, and we work with people to strategically develop certain things to put assets on the grand list. On behalf of the taxpayers, we completed our work and present this budget to you. It's comprised of federal and state mandates, contractual obligations for salaries, wages, and benefits, and required basic services. It also includes enhanced services and special services our citizens and town council expressed an interest in preserving. And just a little while ago, Mr. Bose and I were chatting, and we just made an observation. Everybody in this room, if they went off on their own, they would probably have a different opinion on what services a government should provide and what level of their services they should provide. How fast should an ambulance respond? How fast should a fire truck respond? How many children should be in a classroom? Everybody in here would have slightly different opinions on all. How big or small should a library be? There's all different opinions. So in town government, it remains a government of the people represented through the town council. But what has to come together are the services we want to provide as a government, and then the service levels. The level of each service we want to provide has to be set by you through them, and that's how we run or have always run our town. That was a little side note. Our process included working with the town manager and Board of Ed throughout the year to fully understand the needs. We insisted that honest, transparent, responsible budgets be provided with a long-range capital plan, including detail and business justification in the form of a return on investment sheets. This was the case. We were presented very responsible budgets from general government and the Board of Education. We had individual member review of the budget detail provided by the Board of Education. We invited several town departments and the Board of Education to the Board of Finance budget review sessions. During these sessions, members collaborated with presenters. We hosted a public hearing where members of the community were able to comment on the budget. We held Board of Finance public workshops on the budget. During those meetings, the Board of Finance reviewed and discussed the components of the budget with input and dialogue from town management, Board of Ed members, and the superintendent of schools. That collaboration proved to be very valuable. To have that dialogue, to have them sitting right in the room with us as we work through the budget proved to be very valuable. The challenge before us is to continually ensure taxpayer money is spent in a manner which yields the most effectiveness and efficiency. As we reviewed the budget, our objective was to recommend an appropriate budget. We set out to take a long-term approach, reviewed priorities, and for each item, we had to determine whether spending as proposed, a reduction, or an elimination was the best interest of the taxpayers. This year, we had to even go up 840 because of MERS. Went the other way. Risk factors in preparing this recommendation included the 40-year high inflation, manifesting in rising prices, increased costs, and residual effects of national supply chain issues, where we just can't get certain things, pushes the cost up. After our work concluded, the Board of Finance voted on this recommendation. For the one-year capital improvement plan, animal control, and sewer, the vote was 6 in favor and 0 opposed. For the Board of Ed operations and general government, the vote was 4 in favor and 2 opposed on party lines. There are 4 Republicans and 2 Democrats currently serving on the Board of Finance. Even though this budget recommendation to you is complete, the Board of Finance remains committed to working to drive efficiency in town operations on behalf of the taxpayer. Some noteworthy items in the budget. We talked about the grand list growth, grew 85.5 million and generated 2.5 million of new taxes. Our grand list stands at 4.672 billion of assets. Revenue sources. Southington's proposed general fund budget of $173.5 million is funded in the following manner. So where does the money come from? General property tax will bring forth $141.9 million. State grants will bring forth $22.9 million. Billing for town services and interest income will bring forth $8.4 million. Using excess fund balance, we're going to use $1.9 million. Use of Board of Ed prior year surplus comes in as revenue of $760,000. And it's offset by a provision for uncollectible taxes of $2.4 million. What does some of that mean? A lot of it's self-explanatory. The provision for uncollectible taxes, we have to tax 1.7% more than what we want because not everybody is going to pay the tax we levy. So we have to tax 1.7% more to get the number we want. And some of that is legitimate. Somebody will challenge an assessment, and it's not always a matter of somebody not having the willingness or ability to pay. It's rather sometimes an assessment is challenged, and so we have to tax a little bit more to get the taxes we need. The other one that's a little unfamiliar to people is the Board of Ed, the use of prior year surplus. They call it the non-lapsing fund. I said 100 times, I don't like the name, but it's what it's called. What it means is prior to about 2, maybe 3 years ago, the Board of Ed used to operate in a use it or lose it scenario. What they would do is they would be given a budget by the town. We would give them a budget. Let's just say this year, for example, that budget's $110 million. And they would work very, very hard to spend every little bit of it because if they didn't, it would just return as unspent. So what they would, and they'd lose it. So what they would do is they would use it or lose it. It's an old technique in budgeting. Say, if I don't use it, they're not going to give it to me next year. So it's called use it or lose it in accounting or finance terms. The state, rightly so, came forward and said, let's allow them to keep 2% of it. If they get to the point where they think they're going to have not use it all, either strategically or by happenstance, not use it all, they could actually put some of it aside up to 2%. And then next year, they get it back. So what we do is it actually generates a surplus. The thing is called a non-lapsing fund. And then the Board of Ed has come to us repeatedly over the past couple of years and said, could we have 500,000? Could we have 400,000? And we've given it back. And they have certain projects it relates to, and it works better for them rather than to have to prepay for stuff and do something called encumbrances and all kinds of techniques to use it or lose it. So what we had remaining was $760,000 prior year surplus. This is money we gave the Board of Ed for prior year operating expenses that was not spent. It's the remaining amount not spent, $760,000, and the Board of Ed took a vote and said, yes, we'd like to use that for the current year. So we had to run it back through income to use it for expenses. Okay. The use of contingency. Contingency, as we defined it, is an unassigned expense item in the general fund budget, essentially a budget for an unknown item at the time of budgeting. Typically, we budget approximately $850,000 in contingency, and at times when union contracts are open and we're not sure where they're going to conclude, we could even bump it up a little bit because we'll have to do a retroactive payout. So this year, our contingency sits at $815,000. It's $600,000 as a pure contingency and $215,000 set aside for the open contracts that exist at this time. We talked about grand list growth, adding $2.5 million. These are just notable items. The governor's budget remained pretty level for Southington. I think we're up like 100 and some odd thousand, but fairly level for Southington. Board of Ed continues to have a little bit of remainder of the ESSER and the American Recovery Act grant money, the COVID-related money available to them, that this will be the last year they have that coming in. Debt service increase $2.1 million this year because we have a lot of approved capital projects and we have some other anticipated capital projects in our budget. The next item, the 5-year capital plan. We approve in our budget year one of the 5-year plan. Year one has $78.8 million of capital in it. Let me say, what's that? The notable projects that are in there. The Board of Ed school construction, these have not been decided, but they could be decided in our budget year. So we want to make sure they're included. They are included in our one-year capital plan. Should some of this go to referendum and be approved, we have to have it in our plan. So Board of Ed school construction, $71.7 million. The 71.7 relates to Kelly School, but it's part of a broader 3 or even 4 school solution that's being floated around and discussed in committees. And the whole total on that is $165 million. That project, and it's only in discussion phases. It addresses Flanders, Kelly, Darrenowski, and the Karen Smith Academy. And something will come out of it, whether we end up with the same footprint, something different, they're working on it. But we have to financially be prepared. That right now stands at $165 million. We expect sometimes half, a 50% reimbursement from the state, but we have to put forth the whole thing in our capital plan. The Board of Education athletic fields, the varsity softball field getting new lights, $350,000. The Marion Avenue Bridge, $191.5 thousand. The Spring Street Bridge, $210,000. A salt storage building, it's a big building, keeps the salt dry so it doesn't harden, over at the highway garage, $487.5 thousand. Townwide roof replacement, but it's the line it goes on. It's actually the girls' softball league concession building, $300,000. Townwide heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, HIVA HVAC, $100,000. That's for a new generator in the library. Library, as many of you know, is used sometimes as a cooling center or a safe place in the event of a town event. So a generator for that building. The turf field replacement, $125.3 thousand. There's $276,000 in the turf field fund that was raised through fundraising efforts over the years since it was put in, and we need another $125.3 to renovate that field. Anybody who, I don't want to get into it, anybody who's been up there, the track around it is really worn out, and the field itself needs maintenance. It has a certain life to it. Municipal Center renovations, $325,000. That's in the planning department in this building. They reorganized the whole use of space to make the planning department much more efficient for the users, people coming in, the builders, everybody who goes into that department. Board of Ed sound attenuation at Kennedy, $61.9 thousand. The chiller is part of the air conditioning system, making a lot of noise, and the $61,000 is to take some action to correct that. A fire truck, $620.8 thousand. 121 is the final payment on the ladder truck, which is paid for from the American Recovery Funds. $500,000 is half of a pumper truck. The price of our fire apparatus has shot up in the past year and a half, exponentially. Highway parks equipment, $74,000, 2 plows and a trailer and a tire machine. They want to change tires themselves. Highway parks dump truck, $295,000. Here come this other thing, electric vehicle charging stations, $190.9 thousand. $125,000 of it's on a grant, $66,000 is cost borne by the town. The plan calls to put 5 electric vehicle charging stations in and around downtown and against the rails to trails. And they're supposed to have a credit card machine. We have to probably give up a couple parking places, and somebody would go there, put their credit card in, they would buy the electricity, and it's not like a gas station. Usually you can fill up in a gas station in a couple of minutes. To charge an electric car takes time, so there's somewhere, if somebody goes for a walk on the trail, goes out to dinner, comes into town for an extended period of time, they could plug in and charge up their car. Park improvements at Panthorn, $600,000. That's a sand volleyball court, guardrails, drainage, a play area, a lot going on there, funded by the American Recovery Plan, the ARPA funds. Police equipment is in there. It includes, if I recall properly, it's body cameras, radios, tasers, $592,000. Those are kind of on a type of a lease. Road improvements, $1.1 million. Board of Ed paving, $269,000. So those are all the people like to hear those. Those are all the things we have on year one of the capital plan, stuff that's going to be done in town, and there's all different ways it's funded individually. But overall, how are things funded? Grants account for 36.6 million of the 78.8. Bonding, 37.3 million. The ARPA, the COVID fund, 721,000, and cash funded, 4.2 million. That's how we're going to fund the 78.8, if they are to happen. They're budgeted, but some depend on referendum votes. Getting to the end here. Balanced budget rainy day fund. We consider this budget to be balanced for the 11th year in a row. Prior to 2011 and 12, the unassigned fund balance was actually used to balance the budget until we implemented a plan to reduce and eventually eliminate the use of the fund balance to balance the budget. In October 2013, the policy floor was raised from 9% to 10%, and then later it was raised, last year it was raised to 11% for the rainy day fund. We maintain approximately 19 million in the rainy day fund, representing 11% of revenues. At June 30th, 2022, the fund balance had 28.3 million in it. This year, this budget calls for the use of 1.9 million. Last year was like 1.8 million. That would leave us 26.4 million or 7.4 million additional, or what we call excess rainy day. So we have the 19 million, then we have another 7.4 above that. But we can't use it for operations. So having a healthy rainy day fund or unassigned fund balance affords us great liquidity, reduces our dependence on bond anticipation notes. When we begin a new capital project, a lot of towns, like Mr. Bose and I were just saying how healthy Southington was before this meeting, but in a lot of towns, they go to tackle a capital project, they don't have any money. So what they have to do is they have to borrow in advance of bonding. They call that a BAN, a bond anticipation note. So they would borrow the money, and then later on, they'd bond and pay back the note. We don't have that because we have our $26.4 million. So we could actually fund stuff and then bring them to bond like we did with a bond offering, a week ago? Last week, we went forth with a bond offering, which was very well received in the capital markets. Anyway, our fiscal policy stipulates that excess rainy day, above the 11%, excess rainy day can be used for capital projects or debt reduction, and the actual fund balance, the 11% itself, can be used for emergencies and one-time opportunities. What are those? Why do we have a rainy day fund? Should we have an emergency, we can declare an emergency and dip right into that fund to address whatever the emergency might be. Or if we have a one-time opportunity, land becomes available next to a town hall or next to a school, and we say we need that land, we have to have it, we can't let it slip away. That's a one-time opportunity. We could pounce on it with the rainy day fund if we decide. So it's good to have the rainy day fund. We are in a very, very healthy place, although our budget is increasing. I think we kept the zero for 5 consecutive years increase. This year we are recommending here a 4.22% increase. But overall, we're in a very, very healthy place as a town. I thank you. I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, John. We're going to ask questions first from the council, but Colleen Clark is here, the chairman of the Board of Education. John, if you could just sit for a
Yep.
minute, we're going to let Colleen do her presentation, then we'll do all the questions. Yeah, Chris.
Could I just make one statement related to Mr. Leary's opening
If he
remarks?
needs to respond to you, I'd prefer that we.
It's not really a response, just a comment.
Okay.
Is that all right, or do you want me to wait?
Just for continuity, I think it'd be better to wait, because then if he wants to respond, then we're in a position where that
I'll
would
be
be.
here.
If you don't mind,
Okay.
Chris, if
All
that's okay.
All right.
Just for continuity. Thank you. Thank you, John. Welcome, Colleen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors, town officials, and everyone that's here in the room. Thank you all for coming. This is how government should be working. I am Colleen Clark, and I have the privilege of being the chair of the Board of Education. I come to you this evening asking that you support the Board of Education's proposed budget of $111,775,884. I believe that this year's budget is responsible in that it contains no major projects or equipment, no special projects, and does not request or add any new staff, recognizing the unique financial and fiscal circumstances associated in this budget season. We've been very pleased with the collaboration that has come with this current budget season, including budget workshops attended by several of you during the Board of Education budget adoption process. Many of you made school visits where you saw firsthand and learned about the wonderful programs and services we provide to our students and our families. We've had real collaboration and meaningful dialogue with the Board of Finance, not only relative to this current budget, but with consideration to the future budgets that we'll have. I believe this level of collaboration that we have established, we will be able to bring future budgets forward that meet the goals and objectives of not only the district, but as well as the town, and that are responsible to our taxpayers. But please understand that if you are to pass the Board of Finance recommendation this year, we would be looking at unfilled positions for the next school year, which could potentially lead to larger class sizes. If there are any further reductions made by the town council, we would have to look at layoffs. This is our reality this year, and it is not an easy position for any of us. In closing, please know that Mr. Medancy and I remain available to answer any questions or provide any information that this council desires as they move forward to make their decision. Thank you for your consideration, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Colleen, appreciate it. I know that, Bill, you had your hand up, and Chris wants to speak, whichever, whatever, I don't care.
It's for Chairman Leary, if I could recall him.
John?
John, thank you for that presentation. So I just want to give the public some context. Although he speaks like he's presenting to a Fortune 500 board of directors here, he's a volunteer. But, you know, my recollection of your experience is that you're currently a director at a global corporation working in their finance department, correct?
Yes, and I have since 2006.
You previously
I was
worked-
made a director in 3 corporations,
You
yes.
previously worked as an accountant, a financial analyst, so you are, you know, you're a financial professional is what you are, essentially. So you brought up the word, which we're probably going to hear tonight a few times. You brought up fiscal cliff. So you've worked extensively with budgets, controls, things like that. So what is your opinion of this budget? Based on your definition you gave, is there a fiscal cliff in this proposed budget?
I would say there's not. We're not addressing a fiscal cliff. When the budget was given to us, the original budget given to us after we added MERS, which we had to, it was $12.899 million of new spending. We weren't looking at a case where somebody else was funding our budget and that somebody else is no longer there. The only thing akin to a fiscal cliff I could see coming in our budget is a case like the SAFER grant that's used for the fire department. How, just to give you an example, a real-life example, not my mother paying my rent, but a real-life example is the SAFER grant. In the case of the SAFER grant, what should happen is if a town has a need for more firefighters, they apply for this grant. This grant is, union-backed, of course, and what the grant does is it gives the municipality the money to hire and pay for a certain amount of firefighters for a 3-year period. So essentially, the federal government says, we'll pay for them for year 1, year 2, year 3, but then you're stuck with them. If we believe that we want to grow and we need more personnel, the SAFER grant is a perfect runway for us to hire additional people. If we don't, we make a mistake. Sometimes you got to look at these grants, decide whether you want them or not. But in this example, the SAFER grant gave us, 300 and some odd thousand for year 1, year 2, year 3. Then the SAFER grant will disappear, and we as a community have to bear the burden. That's the understanding of this word fiscal cliff. You'll hear it come up. People say, "Oh, the fiscal cliff." But what we see here really in the budget is, when it first came to us, was an increase of $12.899 of new expenses that weren't there last year, not from a somebody not funding them from the pure services costing that much more. That's why I say there's not a fiscal cliff. This year, when after our budget work, that increase is 10.766 million. But it's new spending. Does that answer?
I just want to, one last question. So, and I appreciate your transparency in this issue because it truly shows you're not playing politics here tonight. You're doing, you're doing your role. So I just want to make sure in your capacity as a director, a former accountant, a financial analyst, there is no fiscal cliff in this budget, yes or no?
No, there is none.
Thank you.
Chris?
I'd like to talk about the fiscal cliff.
Well,
actually.
there we
So
have.
that's a perfect tee off, thank you. First of all, John, I want to thank you. I attended several workshops, and I know Ed Pocock is here and Kevin Bedoin, so other members of the Board of Finance.
Mr. Morrison's there. Who else
Oh,
we got?
Tony, I didn't see you there. So thank you all for all your work with the budget. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Palmieri.
The fiscal cliff, and that was mentioned by you at the beginning of your introduction, which was very, I appreciate that. You equated it to a mother paying rent, and that term, fiscal cliff, has been used for several reasons. I won't use the SAFER grant as an example of that because we all know that has bipartisan support. We all knew going into it what the funds were going to be used for. We've identified need in our fire department for more firefighters, and this was a way to save the town over
Agree.
the years as we ramp up into what we know is coming. You equated it to a mother paying rent. So in this case, whether it be the town of Southington or the Board of Education, there's rent that needs to be paid, and the mother that I would equate in your example is either federal funds, which was COVID relief funds, which were used not this year, but in past years. That money is not there to be used year after year. It's drying up. And, for example, you also mentioned the non-lapsing account, which this year, yes, there was a surplus from the Board of Education from past years, but that money isn't guaranteed every year either. Those are two examples of why the term fiscal cliff has been used, because, again, those are not dependable, reliable sources of income year after year. So I just wanted to point that
Yeah.
out. And again, I wouldn't even say the SAFER grant is in the same bucket, but I understand what you're saying with that.
Similar thinking, but yeah, it's paid by somebody, then it's not. It's left for us holding the bag,
Right.
which is, like you said, legitimate. It's what we wanted in this community. I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression. We wanted the firemen, we needed them, we agreed, and that we
Absolutely.
were happy to have the SAFER grant.
Yep.
And it got us, it paid for something we would have ordinarily had to pay for ourselves. In response to your question, our grants coming in the current year are $20,466,417. In the budget year before us, in this 2023-24 budget, are $20,632,650. They're up $166,000. So to your 2 points, the first one is any COVID, we'll call it COVID money, whether it's ESSER or ARPA, any COVID money being used this year is being used, it's being used to pay people who are as temporary as the money is. So they're only here as long as the money's here. When the money goes, they go. And they're right now operating in the schools. So that, they know they're grant funded and they know when that grant runs out, so does their tenure here unless there's a retirement or something else happens and they fill a role otherwise vacated. So that's that. Also, going in, 2 things are happening. We do predict a decrease in inflation. We said when this budget was put together, we were at 7% and 6%. Right now, today, we're around 5%. We do predict the end of the year, we'll go down to 4%. There's a high likelihood that next year, when we're going through the same process, some of these services might retract a little bit in their cost. That's the hope. We could never, there's no crystal ball. So if there is a silver lining here, it could be that inflation does go down, that interest rates may or may not go down with it, but if inflation goes down, you could likely figure that interest rates would also go down, and we might be in a better place. We also are aware that there's a potential for up to $2 million of new revenue coming from the state as they reassess I lost my train of thought, but when they reassess the educational cost sharing, ECS, to the town, we could end up getting 2 million more. So there are a lot of things in play. But I would still say our challenge here is how do we fund the 10.7 million of new money that's needed for new expenses? And the way we fund it is getting the 2.5 million from the grand list growth and taxing everybody else for the rest. And that rate comes in at the higher tax rate of the 4.24. But your points are well taken, though.
Thank you, John. Would anybody else like to ask a question? Val? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Mike. Okay.
John, thank you so much for your report. So I just wanted to follow up on the year one projects. You had said of that, for that 78.8 million, 36.6 were from grants,
Yep,
37.3 bonding.
yep.
And then the ARPA was how much
721,000 in that year, in year one.
in year one?
We've been using the ARPA
And that's going to be,
all along. We used it to
Done.
buy the new ladder truck, which was 2 million?
For several items, we've.
Yeah, several items, but that was a prominent one, the community should know.
and does that get us to the 78.8? or was
Yeah, the
there one other-
36.6, 37.3, 421, and then using 4.2 million of cash.
So I'm sorry, 421 or 721?
721,
And then how much cash
4.2 million.
of cash? And then, John, just briefly, so the rainy day fund,
Yeah,
in the fund, we have the 19 million, the excess. we
okay,
have-
in the fund, we have 19 million.
Yep. Excess is,
The excess, okay, in the rainy day fund, 28, we have a balance at 6/30/22 of 28.3. And the 11% is roughly 19.1 million. So per policy, we have to have 19.1 million, and we have 28.3. And in this budget, we're going to use 1.9
so 1.9 is going to be used to balance the budget.
to fund capital.
fund
We're already
capital, to
balanced,
fund
yeah,
capital,
fund
okay.
capital.
All right. So, and the excess can only be used for the capital projects or the debt reduction.
Yep,
The rainy day can be used for one-time emergencies or.
if we ever use it. I don't ever remember the case of using it. Does anybody, Mark's nodding too, in his tenure.
We haven't dipped that low, no.
We never went into the true rainy
Into the
day.
true rainy day fund.
Yeah, we've been, at least for the last 7 years, we've never dipped below. Way back when, I'm not sure, but we certainly have, since we've been very healthy with our funds, we've never been below now it's 11%, it was 10% and 9% over the last couple of years.
And in fact, once we built it up, Mr. Bedoin, where is he? I gotta call him, he's over by the door. Mr. Bedoin suggested we invest it, because there was a time we didn't have that kind of money. Once we achieved it, he came forth and said at the Board of Finance meeting, we ought to invest it. So we set up an investment committee, we looked into investments, we even hired a town treasurer to do sources and uses of cash. We ended up investing the money, and from that, we've made considerable amount of return, given that they're very conservative, we're only limited to very conservative investments.
Right. So you don't see an opportunity there to use from the rainy day fund?
We
Just
have the
excess.
7.7 million in there. So we are going to, well, we take the 1.9 out, leaving us, I think I said 7.4 or 7.7. Do I see an opportunity to use it? We bought this building with it a few years ago with the excess rainy day. We made the final purchase to buy this building. Every year, we let a little bit of it go because it is taxpayer money. It's how it gets there is from a surplus from each year's spending. We never spend all we say we're going to spend, and we, the town, generate a surplus, which isn't a surprise, it's more by design. But we generate a surplus, we put the surplus back in, and in other words, the surplus just becomes the rainy day fund. So we do have the 7.7 million. That's why I could make the statement that if the Board of Ed were to come forth with security issues, there was some talk, we might have left security issues on the table. They might have left them on the table when they came forth with $2 million worth of unspent educational money, right, the non-lapsing, and we as a town may be leaving them on the table if we don't address them, whatever they are. So we said to Chair Clark and Superintendent Medancy, if you have 100,000, 200,000 reasonable costs that are out there that maybe make our schools safer, or if we have doors, I don't want to ever say we have doors that don't lock, I don't know. But if a locking mechanism isn't working, or a card key, somebody mentioned a vestibule, a double door thing, where you come in one door, then you buzz into the other. If there's little things that need to be done for safer schools, the money's there. So if they came forth with 100,000, 200,000, we'd be ready to approve that on a spot, and I think you guys would too when you got our report.
Mike, you have a question?
That would come from there.
Thank you.
Michael?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thanks again for a great presentation. You have a very eloquent way of putting things and dumbing things down for people like me who don't understand all the money stuff. But I couldn't help but notice that the word inflation was peppered throughout your presentation. And we all know we're at a 40-year high. Half the people in this room probably weren't born when inflation was this high the last time. But can you delve a little deeper on what you talked about the $840,000 increase in the MERS for town employees and how that came about?
Okay.
How it wasn't budgeted and it came to us because typically it was a 2% increase for COLA, and now you're saying that the state mandated a 6% increase?
6%. Yeah,
Close to
I'll
$1 million,
rewind.
right? That wasn't planned on.
It was
We got
not.
that last
Every
minute.
year, Mr. Bose is here, he's in his, first full cycle of the job, but he did at other towns. Every year, we do budget for increases in the pension. If we're being honest, any defined benefit pension plan is expensive for the employer. All of the risk in a defined benefit pension plan falls on the employer. Very little, if not none, of the risk falls on the employee. That's why those are going extinct. In public companies, you don't see many defined benefit pension plans. You do see them in teacher retirement, you do see them in municipalities, you see them in the state, and you see them in these quasi-governmental things like the railroad or other quasi-governmental agencies. But you don't see a defined pension. A lot of companies will not hire you and say, hey, we have a pension plan. For a couple of reasons. We don't know the company's going to be there, and we don't know the employee's going to be there. The world has changed in both sides. So what has happened is you're seeing a shift to what they call a defined contribution plan, like the 401k. Scary as hell, to be honest, a 401k, because all of the risk comes upon the employee himself or herself. The companies will say, we'll give you 3%, we may give you 6%. If we're really generous, we'll give you 10%, but it's not that often. Usually 5% is the average. And what happens is they dump that in, and you're done. If you leave, you're on your own. If they go out of business, that's the way it is. There's no government, like government will back a pension plan. They're government backed, the 401k is not. So what you end up with is this pool of funds that is yours when you get to that age, that retirement age, but the whole risk is on you. So back to the pension plan, what happened with MERS? Every year, we budget MERS at 3%. Mr. Bose,
Thank you.
take it for me.
I'm going to give John a rest.
Jim Bose is the town's finance director.
Thank you. Good evening. Regarding the question, the town has for many years budgeted based upon prior year's experience in what we're expecting for contributing to the employees' public pension plan. I did work for Southington 18 years ago, and I am familiar with MERS. I was collecting my MERS pension, and I did get the 6% raise until someone encouraged me to apply and come out of retirement. But anyway, to work in the town that my wife and I have lived in for 28, 29 years now. But anyway, the process, just to help John out a little bit, is that's how we start the budget process. We take a look at this and we see what the percentage increases have been in years past. They have been typically 2 to 3%. This year, they were, and the state communicates that to the member municipalities and agencies. There's about 50 towns in Connecticut that are part of the MERS plan, and there's probably another 35 or 36 quasi-public agencies that are part of the MERS plan, various transit districts, et cetera. So there's more than just municipalities in the plan. Please don't confuse it with the state employees pension plan or the Connecticut Teachers Retirement System. They're different and totally separate pools of funds, okay? So there's no commingling of those funds, et cetera, et cetera. The MERS plan is a very well-funded plan. It's been funded at 80%, 85%, 90% for many, many years because of one simple thing.
under state statute, if a municipality does not send the funds in with every single payroll, the town's match, of course, they send my money that's withheld from, and every other employee's funds, and their match, you get bounced out of the system. It's as simple as that. And there have been municipalities that have had some trouble trying to meet their taxpayer or their non-employee contribution, their employer contribution to the plans over the years. So it really leaves us in a dilemma. Do we do something with the current pension plan that we have, the MERS plan? That would take probably a decade in negotiation because it's in our contracts. And there's various state statutes that are involved with how you get out of it. You know what I mean? It's sort of like the mafia. Once you're in, you can't get out. You can, but it's a bloody process. Okay, so fast forward to this year. Okay, a couple things that came about that created a little bit of a perfect storm. The first thing is that our budget is due relatively early in the calendar year per charter. The town manager's budget is due to John and the rest of the folks on the Board of Finance, but the charter date is February 18. That's kind of early. That backs up the time on our calendar and the school board's calendar as to when we can have our information together. And about a week after Mark's budget was presented to the Board of Finance, we receive information, actually thanks to Jennifer Mellett, our school business manager, that the actuarial report for the state of Connecticut MERS plan was, I'll use the term released, although if it wasn't for Jennifer telling me this and us looking at it the next day, we probably wouldn't have found out for at least another week. This actuarial report should have been done in December or November, but why it wasn't, we do not know. Anyway, every early March of every year, sometimes late February, municipalities get a letter that says in the upcoming fiscal year, starting July 1, the employer's share of covered payroll for the MERS pension plan is a certain percentage. And you get different percentages based upon the category of employee covered and whether that employee is covered by Social Security or not, because not all government employees are covered by Social Security. On the general government side, there's 4 different categories. There's the general government folks like me. There are our police officers who are in the MERS plan. There are our firefighters and our public works and our general, they're all considered the same as I am as far as the percentage that the town has to contribute. So we used actually I used a relatively high payroll amount in developing the general government side of the budget and then applied about a 3%, I think it was a little bit over 3%, I don't have the number with me, of an increase in the contribution. And it ultimately turned out to be a 4.5% to 4.6% budget increase over the current fiscal year that we're in. And frankly, I thought the town manager was going to think that was a little high, but we let it be because we could always adjust the budget when it gets to the finance board and say, hey, we computed it at this level. We got the information from the state in early March or late February after the town manager's budget's due, and we can make an adjustment downward. That's what we'd like to do. That would have been great. And for some reason, the information was really not, interestingly enough, we just got the letter a couple weeks ago from the state of Connecticut based upon each category of employee. I've got them, I thought I had them with me. I was going to show you, but I must have left them in my office. But anyway, so when those percentage increases came in, I've been doing municipal budgets for 32 years, and I have never swung and missed at a ball like that in my life in 32 years. And I think I'm not going to criticize the state because I really don't know what they're up against. But I can tell you what happened since then is that the state comptroller, who oversees the MERS plan, organized a very large WebEx meeting with anybody who wanted to attend at the municipal level, which we did. And what they've done is they've established a committee to seek input into improvements in the MERS program going forward. I could say probably with 95% surety, there's not going to be any assistance for the upcoming 23-24 budget that is before you and was before the finance board for that year. But what might come about, hopefully it's maybe smoothing out some of those things, et cetera, et cetera. The amounts that the state of Connecticut MERS plan is now requiring municipalities, not just Southington, it's everyone who's in the plan. And my peers and I, believe me, we've had many conversations and meetings over it. In the upcoming fiscal year, starting July 1, almost 30% of our police officers' covered payroll will be matched by the town and go into the MERS plan. Police officer makes, and I'm not criticizing, my father was a police officer in Waterbury. I love police. But let me demonstrate that. If I make $100, regular wages, overtime, or extra duty which is paid for by the company that hires us, so there's really no budgetary impact there. But if I get paid $100, the taxpayer's got to pay $30 into that MERS plan, and I'm paying about $6. That's the police officer's share. Now, those percentages change. For fire, they're about 24 or 25%. And for, folks like me who have to work a longer work life to earn my entire benefit, I believe is 19 point, I'm going to ask Jennifer, what is it? Is it 19.5? Thank you, Jen. That was Jennifer, Millette, our great business manager at the school system. Next fiscal year, you're going to pay almost $20 for every $100 that I make, which is a lot. So that's how the process had to be changed, because under our chart, not changed, I'm sorry. Under the charter, it's a great mechanism that says if the finance board wishes to increase a line item or add a new line item to the town manager's budget that was proposed to them, they have to have another public hearing on the budget, which Mr. Leary described, just for the $840,000 separately. And that was great because it was transparent, it brought it to the forefront, et cetera, et cetera. It would never, the amounts would not have changed. If we had this information sooner, that 840 would have been included in your budget. That went from the town manager to the
So I appreciate the breakdown. Thank you for that.
Okay.
But more importantly, though, none of that $840,000 came from the state of Connecticut. That's all covered.
It is not granted, it's what we have to pay the state. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
All right, let's just take a breath right now because, thank you, everybody. It is 8 o'clock. The public hearing has been going on for a whole hour. And I know that all of you are here for a variety of different reasons. And so we do have other questions. I know Paul wants to read something. I see your hand, Chris. I know you want to counter.
No, I just want to ask if we can get to the public hearing.
Right,
It's a
that's
public
exactly-
hearing.
Everybody gets a certificate, though, for MERS 101.
Yeah.
Uh,
So-
Professional education credits, whatever.
Okay, so you want to? Yep. So Paul is requesting that he read something
I just want,
into the record.
we have this in our packet, but I wanted to make a couple statements as well to build off of some of the previous things. We're not dealing with our own personal, we're not dealing here with our own personal finances, where we have the ability to make a decision on the level of risk that we are comfortable with our own money. We're dealing with taxpayers' money. And so, we have to be diligent about the way that we fund these. We have to be careful that we're not overspending, but we have to be diligent that we're also funding things that really need the funding. So we heard a great list of things that we are going to fund through capital. There's debate, of course. You can make debate on either side as to whether some or all of those are necessary. These are things that have gone through a vetting process, starting from the ground up with staff and management and next level management, the town manager, the superintendent, et cetera. So there's been many, many public meetings to try to work through some of these, and I just wanted to give a couple stats. It's been a difficult few years. We saw this day coming. This dais right here, if we go back 1 year, I know John Leary mentioned it, but we as a council also said this 1 year ago. We knew that passing, 3 to 4 budgets prior to that in a row of 0% mill rate increases was going to be difficult to continue because, we saw some of this stuff coming. And so, John eloquently said that, last year we thought 4.5 was going to be the number. It's 4.22, so that's positive. I want to point out that, we're really trying hard to make investments, but also make smart investments in protecting taxpayer dollars. We've, safety's been a big issue for us. We've invested, and maybe the town manager can clarify, we've invested in the past few years 3 to 5 firefighting positions?
Well, 3 from Safer and 2 before that, so 5.
So 5 in total. We've added 5 firefighters, which is really important to us. We've added a couple public works. Some of the public works we've added in, we've offset with savings on outsourcing, so we're trying to balance that. We invested in 2 new police officers this current budget cycle, so they're just coming on board. So we're going to see what that looks like and how that impacts, because we know that in our community, we have not just in our community, but all over the state of Connecticut and beyond, we have criminals who are stealing vehicles, who are stealing things from people's properties, and so we're making investments in safety. On the Board of Ed side, I appreciate Colleen and Steve and the work you've done. I know, education is important to us. We've had, this is available. We've had probably in the last 10 years, the study that the Board of Ed did, about a 470 student decline in the district in the past decade. But since in the last 4 years, we've invested in 58 staff members in the Board of Ed. So we're trying to balance, the need. And by the way, that's not us. We passed the budget, but the Board of Ed, the superintendent, they work diligently at deciding which positions, just like the town manager does. And then with all of that, we also have to keep an eye on our bond rating, because everything that we do, comes back to the bond rating in the end. When we talk about debt service, when we talk about, the spending and how do some of the financial institutions look at Southington, that's important. And so I wanted to just read into the record the press release that we just received from the, the title says, "Impressive turnout for Southington bond sale after Strong's ratings report. Town officials here are touting positive results from Wednesday's $17,450,000 bond sale, which yielded competitive interest rates on the strength of solid reviews from S&G Global Ratings, one of the 3 major Wall Street rating agency firms. The issuer was very well received and procured a total of 12 bids on the bonds, indicating there was a high demand for the town's debt. Citigroup Global Markets, Inc. submitted the winning bid. Citi's bid on the bonds was 3.34%. That means we're getting 3.34% for our debt. The winning bid was a full 8 basis points lower, so 0.08% lower than the second place bid, which yielded very aggressive bid. The range on the bids from second place to last place was also very tight. The range was less than 9 basis points, indicating a particularly stable municipal bond market. The proceeds from the bond sale will provide new financing for various school, a variety of capital improvement projects, including in the issuance our road and bridge projects, the library project, the land acquisition projects that we've recently made, the school renovations, including a new roof at the high school, among other items. Today's sale was exceptional, said Matthew Sporndel, Senior Manager Director of Phoenix Advisors and Southington Municipal Advisor. Whenever you eclipse the 10 bid mark, it's a great sale. We also didn't expect the rate to be as low as it is, since municipal rates have been drifting upward in the last week. Congratulations to the town. S&P reaffirmed Southington's rating at AA+ with a stable outlook. Within the report, S&P referenced the town's strong financial management with good management practices and policies. Very strong budgetary flexibility, very strong economy, and very strong liquidity among the factors influencing the town's high credit rating.
Madam Chair,
AA
point of
this is the
order.
last-
It's a public,
this is-
it's a public
This is the
hearing.
last sentence, Chris, thanks. This AA+ rating is only 1 notch away from the highest bond rating, AAA, awarded by S&P. The settlement date for the sale is May
So,
2nd.
Madam Chair, I'm going to
Thank
say
you.
point of order.
Yes,
again.
yeah, that's okay.
This is something that could have been done in
Okay,
councilperson
you know what?
communications in our meeting.
Let's move
We
on.
have so many
We're ready
people
to-
here that
we're
need
re-
to
yeah.
speak.
Belle, I
And it's
appreciate that.
without-
Okay, so
It's
listen,
context.
important for us to ask our questions as well.
of course.
That's not
So,
a
all right,
question. That
okay,
wasn't a
point of order.
question. That wasn't a question.
Please.
We want to listen to the public.
Absolutely. So right now, we're opening it up, and I know we've gotten an education tonight in all sorts of ways. But if you are speaking George is already at the.
You better believe it.
Okay. So, all right. So, George, are you speaking in favor of the budget or not?
Yes and no.
Okay, very good. Go on, George. Just,
I'm George
please, we want to
O'Burrs,
hear from you.
90 Applegate. This budget
5
does
minutes,
present
everybody.
an opportunity to
5 minutes, Mrs. Clerk.
present some opportunities to cost control as well, too. One of the things I wonder about is why the library did not go back to referendum again. Every place I go, people say that, hey, we voted $17 million for 30,000 square feet. And they wonder why we didn't send it back for a referendum again.
George, you know this is about the budget, though. This
I
is-
Point of order,
understand.
Madam Chair.
Excuse
With
me.
regards to the budget, I'm for the budget to a certain extent, but I also think that there's some areas of costs that can be looked at further. Between the Board of Ed and the town of Southington, there's a lot of parallel areas in the area of costs. Human relations, purchasing, accounting, data processing, other departments which overlap one another, and there's a duplication of efforts there. These might be looked at in combining these departments together for an area of cost savings. The other thing on this MERS deal that we were just talking about, I don't know whether the police overtime with regards to these subcontracts is still getting into the pensions, and if that's affecting that cost as well, too. I'll end it on that. There's other things I had here which would be superfluous to this, but I also ended on one other thought. Over the last few years, the declining enrollment in our schools has had an effect upon us, but yet our administrative costs and our paraprofessionals numbers have shot way up. And I question whether, with the enrollment in the schools, did we take a look at what the costs have been in additional people, support people? I know in the case of the paraprofessionals, that's shot way up. So on that, I'll end it and say thank you very
George.
much.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Madam Chair, just when the public is speaking, it's obviously their opportunity, so if we can't interrupt them.
Excuse me, I'm running this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Perry. One day you may be, but tonight it's my meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Come forward, please. Your name and for the record, please.
Lindsay Verno, Alice Lane. Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Lindsay, and I come before you as a mother of 2 elementary-age children and a teacher in town. As a parent, I can say that my children's experience in school have been nothing but great. Both kids love the school that they attend and the teachers and staff that fill that building. They share stories about the kind actions their teachers do on a daily basis to make them feel welcomed and successful. They talk about the resources in their classroom. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
That's it.
Cultural art programs provided by the PTO, and new topics they are learning. My hope for them is that they continue to have a positive attitude towards school and continue to have dynamic teachers who challenge them to be their best. But to ensure that, as a town, we need to make sure that we keep the teachers we have. We need to support the superintendent's proposed budget to make sure we do not have to cut valuable classroom teachers. Cutting classroom teachers will directly impact class sizes and therefore the level of support students receive on a daily basis. In these increasingly challenging times, the need for support staff is greater than ever, and again, as a town, we need to make sure that we hold on to these valuable employees. I would also like to talk to you tonight from another perspective. As a 16-year veteran teacher here in town, I am asking for support. The support of the town that has been my home my entire career. I have always loved working in this town, but as the years go by and the stresses of the world begin to fill our classrooms, I know teachers need more support. I can confidently say that the teachers in Southington are an amazing group of educators. We provide students with lessons that engage, challenge, and push them to learn and grow. We encourage them to work through difficult concepts and become valued members of their school community. We also continue to do more with less, and at some point, the level of resources cannot go any lower. Schools need a certain amount of staff and resources and materials to function on a daily basis. Tonight, I am asking you to give us your support. Support teachers by providing the resources we need to successfully do our job. I am asking you to fund the superintendent's proposed budget, a budget that is needed to maintain the high level of success that comes directly from teachers, support staff, paraeducators, and specialists that work with the students of Southington every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Elise Krantz. On Friday, I learned that the Town Council, based on the recommendation by the Board of Finance, is planning to reduce the Board of Education's requested budget by $625,000. That's $625,000 less than the schools need to maintain the Board of Ed's proposed level services budget. A budget, as you know, as Mrs. Clark mentioned, includes no new staff positions and no major projects or equipment. So instead of supporting Southington Public Schools by simply maintaining the status quo, this proposed budget is weakening our community and the quality of education Southington provides its students. The only way the Board of Education can make do with this inadequate budget is to leave staff positions unfilled, staff that are so desperately needed to keep our class sizes manageable and serve the diverse educational needs of our district. There's no doubt that lowering a budget and decreasing staff has a detrimental impact on student performance. Research conducted by the Learning Policy Institute reports a positive correlation between school funding and school outcomes, student outcomes. The greater the financial inputs, the greater student achievement gains. Other studies show that the reverse is true as well. According to a professor of economics at Northwestern University, if you cut education spending, student outcomes will deteriorate. Not only will students have fewer resources to perform at their best, they must also face larger class sizes, putting an even greater strain on our already overworked teachers. What will happen to our students if our schools don't have the money they need? In previous Board of Education meetings I have attended, I have seen how a great deal of importance is placed on the results of Southington graduates. How does our high school graduation rate improve over time? How do our test scores compare to those of our peers? How many of our graduates are prepared to enroll in college and pursue higher education? At this point in time, when children are still trying to overcome the loss of learning caused by the pandemic, the current recommended budget by the Board of Finance is making it that much harder for our students to gain the skills and resources they need to succeed in school and beyond. This budget will force the Board of Education to eliminate positions, resulting in higher class sizes and overwhelmed teachers. This decision is holding back not just our schools, but our town from reaching its potential. I urge you to reconsider and invest the funds necessary to support our community's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good.
Y'all seen me before. Batiste Sombic, 40 Mitcham Court. I'm not in favor of this budget. I'm a conservative. I vote for conservative people. We have a conservative town council. We have a conservative board of finance. And yet all I see from this town is more spending and more spending. We have 13 million of our budget just for debt servicing. And that's before we even build this frivolous library that got passed. How much is that going to add on to the debt service? Then you're talking about all of this work that has to be done to the elementary schools, which is on more hundreds of millions of dollars. What is that going to do? So all we keep doing is spending, and I don't see where we're cutting. There was a statistic given about how we've shrunk our enrollment of students by roughly 500, but we've increased our employees in the Board of Ed or in the school system by 58. I wonder what that's about. How come? I disagree with the person who just was speaking before me, because if throwing money at education guaranteed the results, then we'd have the most intelligent children on the planet. We spend more in this country than any other country, and yet our children are doing worse than many of the other countries. So it's not about money. We can't always make everything about money. And then I'm looking at some of these costs. Town attorney, legal services, went from 100, year-to-date actual was, for '23, was 123,000. Now it's going to be 261,000. That's an increase of 37%. Then I was looking in further down, you have somebody in the finance department of the town as an accounts payable coordinator making $66,000 a year. My bookkeeper and my employee, she does everything. Payroll, AP, AR, she does the whole thing. Sales and use taxes, fuel taxes, highway use taxes. She doesn't make that kind of money. People in the public's, well, no, that's called life in the real world, in a business where you don't have taxpayers to fund you when you don't have enough money, when your sales don't meet your expenses. That's life in the real world. So I am very frustrated by what I see here. I see all of these top earners in the town, all police chiefs, thank God for the police. My late father-in-law was a policeman. All people from the Board of Education, all, principals, people where we could actually have an impact, because I know the union dictates what the teachers make, but look at some of the salaries. All of these people make significantly more money than I do. As was discussed, we're facing 5% inflation. I don't believe it's going to go down. I think it's going to get worse. So we have 5% inflation, and then you're going to raise my property taxes by almost 5%. I'm in the hole 10%. Where do I get the money from? You're talking about how it's not just our personal finances, it's the taxpayers. We're the taxpayers. At a certain point, I'm going to go in my pocket, and there's no more money. And I'm just very frustrated that everything that happens in this town gets put up for referendum, people vote on it without understanding what the financial consequences are going to be, maybe not this year, but a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I really feel like we need to kind of put a break on what we're spending, because every year it's more and more and more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Pat Tevelazzi. I didn't prepare anything. I'm just kind of winging it. Thank you for the segue on the 58 extra employees, because I have a question which I want to put publicly, but I really need to ask, I think, the Board of Ed about it. We brought in all these people to help for services. We brought in psychologists, social workers, and it was for 1 year, and it was under that COVID money, and all of a sudden now they're on our payroll. What just happened there? If we didn't bring any other new people in, why are we now payrolling all these people? I think the town needs to ask that question, ask your questions on where that money is going, because they were only here for a year under COVID money, and now we own them in our budget. So that's something we need to talk about. They might be doing great work, but we still need to discuss that. One thing I want to also say is that they did an assessment on my house a couple years back. I paid a fortune in taxes the following year because it went way up. Okay. Then they said, oh, but we're not going to do it just for this. We're going to do the Kelley Blue Book for your car. And my truck that I had paid $849 on that year, I paid $1,200 on the next year. My truck somehow appreciated as it got older. So all these things are happening to us. We need to look at what's coming at us from every angle. Some there's control of in the town, some there's not. It's been released today that taxes are now due, more taxes are going to be coming to Connecticut residents. A new bill, it's a Senate bill, 1145, to up and increase the taxes on fuel and other resources. That's coming down our pipe. It's also, they're going to be doing the state Republican, what's this bill called? It's a property tax bill. They're bouncing that around right now. And that's a bill right now that made it through. And we are already the 48th highest tax. They're going to push it through now, and it's going to go higher. So now the property taxes are going to go up. Look back at the town who has to make the offset. Where does that go? That's in our pockets. So we have to stop thinking about how bad it's going to be for the children. That we can play that violin, but I've raised 5 children in this town. They all did great when we had money and when we didn't. When we had 30 in a classroom or we had 20, the children did well. Why? Because we have exceptional teachers in this town. So I'm going to give them the credit where it's deserved, okay? But if we're going to create situations through the different ideologies we have that are hitting our kids, and then we have to put social workers in place to now filter those, then we have to raise our budget. We have to look at some point, where do we get to the grassroots of this? We need to look at the bottom of what's happening here. So I think that the budget has a good place. I'm not going to say I disagree with it. I'm going to say we need some tweak in here, okay? We can do better than this. So as proposed, no. But I have faith that this can be done better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anne Marie Kennedy, 1237 Mount Vernon Road. I agree with the last two speakers. I think the budget, the Board of Education budget can be tweaked a lot better. The town has been able to stay pretty even. Town Manager Shota has done a tremendous job. Now, I'm old. I think I'm old. I'm 69. The people that come up for the Board of Ed are young. When you get older and you're on fixed incomes, and I consider myself a lucky one, I'm very frugal. I don't waste money. I'm saving a lot of my money for my nieces and nephews. I'm not going to spend it if I don't have to. But when you get older, you want all this spending, and you start digging into your pockets, you'll be up here speaking like I am now. I go to church we have an older community. I go to church, and the older people truthfully are thinking, do I buy my medicine? Do I buy my groceries? What do I give up? This is truthfully what's happening in this town. And I see a lot of Board of Ed people coming up. They're younger. And like she said, it doesn't matter if there's 30 kids in a class, 20 kids in a class. I went to multiple schools and I graduated top of my class. And I did quite well for myself. And I'm proud of what I did. I didn't have brand new schools. I had excellent teachers. And if the Board of Ed was so worried, they get their raises before the budget. They get their raises every year. I worked professionally all my life. I didn't get a raise every year. If they were so worried about the education of the children, why don't they give up some of their raises some year? They don't. And they get it before our budgets are established. And they always pack the rooms with their administrators, not the teachers, and they tell their teachers, we're going to have to cut teachers. We're not going to have to cut administrators, we're going to have to cut teachers. They play the threatening game. So the Board of Education budget can be tweaked. And we have a Blythe ordinance in this town, don't we? We see a lot more Blythe in this town. We didn't see that years ago. You're going to see a lot more Blythe because when the elderly who could afford to have their lawns mowed aren't being able to pay for their bills, their lawns are going to get long. It's not being enforced now. And thank God, because I think the fine's $100 a day. So you're going to see more Blythe in this town as taxes increase. And like I said, when you get older and you start digging into your pockets because you want to keep spending, you're going to be up here speaking just like me someday. I guarantee it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. What I'd like just to remind, I see you coming up, Sue, come on up. Just, if you're at the podium, would you please speak to the council? It really is for us, because we're going to take the next look at the budget, so.
Susan Zabahansky. First of all, I'd really like to say thank you to the majority on this council and on the Board of Finance who have kept our taxes at a zero, just about zero increase, I believe, for 5 years, we've been told. That's super important for me as a single income household. There's a 20% population in this town of seniors. That's a higher population than many other towns, and there's a reason why seniors live in this town. It's because taxes are low. There's less than 30% of taxpayers in this town whose kids are involved in the education system. So this council is supposed to look out for the taxpayers of this town and use our money the way, frugally. The way you would if it, hopefully it's yours. I'm hoping you're being fiscally responsible at home. I want to say that I'm proud that our schools perform over standard for our state. I'm going to leave it at for our state. And we do it without frivolously spending the taxpayers' money. Hartford alone should show us that throwing monies at schools doesn't always equate to a better education. I don't know where someone got their information, but if you just look at Hartford or any of the cities where tons of money is dumped into it, it doesn't equate to a better education. There are many people who are hurting economically in this town. To hear the quote that maybe Southington people might have the ability to pay is easily said when you're making $200,510 a year. It's egregious to say that a $200 to $400 increase amongst all the other increases that we have faced that in the last 3 years might just be doable for everyone. We've heard from seniors at recent meetings who can't afford a $45 to $50 increase on their land lease payments every month. Imagine if these budgets were passed as they were originally presented. What would happen to all those on fixed incomes or single incomes? When inflation is at an all-time high, the only way to fix that is to decrease spending, as we heard Mr. Leary talk about. And it's tough to believe we are working on the leanest of budgets when we hear some of the salary increases. Had we heard that people gave up their raises in exchange for providing more to the children, we might actually take pause and look to the budget as presented as entirely necessary. Instead, we are threatened with teacher cuts or cuts in programs, and we all know that costs have risen, but we knew this was happening over the last couple of years. It's not a surprise. Southington's spending per pupil is in line with many other communities, yet we're asking for one of the highest increases if you look at all the other school budgets across the state. We are asking for a higher increase than almost any other town in the state. Just let that sink in. No matter what your position, you should be scrutinizing this budget, and I hope that you guys are doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not that much taller, but good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Town Manager, Town Council, and citizens of the town. I don't,
Could we
well,
have,
first on
excuse
the,
me, could we have your name and address?
oh yeah,
please?
I'm Kenneth Sando. I'm at 287 Summer Street.
Thank you.
First about the budget, one of the things that I think could be of benefit is the personal property honor system that businesses pay. There's one in close proximity to me that brought in about 5.4 million last year, and I wonder if his vans and other vehicles get charged by the town at the same rate. I understood that there's a mechanism now to possibly get that accounted for, but that could bring in a lot of money for the town that could go to town costs and help to allay a lot of what we've talked about tonight. We don't get to choose. We get a flat bill, but businesses in town seem to be able to choose their own personal property tax. So just one suggestion about the budget. May I present the document to the council? I've got copies for everyone. Primarily what I wanted to bring to the attention of the council is a recent decision that was made regarding a property in our vicinity that we are very much, we have some neighbors here tonight to talk about with the council and the town. Basically, I've broken it into 4 parts. First of all, the land. It's a 2.75 formerly open spaces parcel.
Yeah, I just need to interrupt you, and I'm so sorry, but this time is focused on the budget.
I'll keep it very short.
Okay.
And this has to do with budget because the justification for what was done with this parcel is to raise money for the town. That's what the developer has told people
gonna
such
look
as
at
myself.
that.
So it's very much related to budget. You know, property
all right.
that was open space,
We'll
it's
listen for a
now.
couple of minutes, but please
Okay,
try to
I'll keep
very
it brief.
short.
I'll keep
Thank
well
you.
within time. So this land, just yesterday, the pictures at the top of the first page are the flooding in the front end of this lot. Feet deep. And this is supposed to be drained out of this property by a 1-foot culvert under an entryway road to this property. Pictures of the road. The narrowest part, it's about 11.5 feet wide. The widest part, it's about 17.5 feet wide. It's not a commercial road. This is going to dramatically increase commercial traffic on a road, which is not, it's not designed for it. This road is also parallel to our trail, which is a treasure to this community that not only Southington City citizens, but people from other parts of the area come to and very much enjoy and value. Proposed structure, 13 feet of corrugated metal,
You
16
know, the
bays.
situation is that we're not prepared to really look at this tonight.
Well, I'm almost done. And I'll close with a poem on a light note.
Please, you,
So,
It'd normally be under public communication, but if he's almost done, there's
Yeah,
also section,
yeah, I'm-
section agenda, if you're almost done, but normally you'd come up under public communications, which is later
Right.
on the agenda, but if you're almost done, you might as well.
well, that,
okay, just let's finish, okay?
okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry to be making you uncomfortable.
That's all right.
So, the net result of this is that we're going to have undisturbed wetlands. That is the backing parcel for no less than 4 residences, as well as the residences across the street that are on a rise that look down into it, going to be looking at warehouse. There are other people here who are going to be much more impacted about this than me. And my heart goes out to them, and I hope the town's does too, because the town is what is allowing this. On that note, you've got the doc. You can process it at your own rate and in your own way. I'd like to close with the poem. This is derived from an old Irish poem from the 18th century, somewhat amended, but I think it makes a valuable point. Again, thank you for giving me the time to speak. I try to stay calm, try to keep my nerves steeled, but get a little antsy. This is the poem. Tree is in the sky, bird is in the tree, worm is in the bird, earth is in the worm. In the earth is my mother's heart. So please respect what we have here in our natural landscape.
Thank you so much. Thank
Can't get
you.
it back once we lose it.
That's true.
I don't look like a tree hugger, but I am.
Just for everybody, let's just really kind of focus on the public hearing issue, and thank you. But this is important, and I appreciate it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and my name is Annette Carbone. I live at 284 Summer Street.
Okay.
And I had come prepared to speak about the same issue, but I just want to just add a couple of points to what Kenneth had prepared. I just feel that the residential property owners in Southington really account for the majority of the revenue in this town. I think it is like 4 times what commercial and industrial properties bring to this town. And so I too am very concerned about potential expenditures in terms of remediation and in terms of, some damage that could be done. It seems that sometimes the town really sort of bends over backwards for these commercial interests, and I get it. That's revenue for this town, but the taxpayers really should have a louder voice. And so the property that we're talking about is 15 East Summer Street. It's SPR 1861. It was approved summarily with a 7-0 vote without really, even with information that was presented incorrectly. There is a potential. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I'm also an adjunct professor of public health for 28 years. I see this development, if allowed to go forward, as detrimental to the health of this community, which will impact our revenue when we have to do some remediation. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
One of the things I am going to say, though,
Sure.
I don't want to go off on a tangent.
Yes.
And really, if you're here tonight and you want to speak about this situation, please wait for public communication on the agenda, because then we can focus in on what's being said. I'm trying to focus this because we have so many people here, and it's almost 9 o'clock. So thank you very much.
Thank
for your
you very
comments.
much for hearing me
And
out.
anybody else who's going to speak on this, please wait to public communication. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who's next, please? For the budget. Katie. Hi, Katie.
Good evening, Katie Wade, 39 Madeline Lane. Just as a note, we've seen at the budget hearings that we actually will have increased enrollment. That's the projections for the district over the next few years. And also, just as a point to a comment someone else made, I believe, at least as of 2018, Southington ranked 155th in per pupil spending among the 168 school districts in the state. So anyway, I understand it's a difficult job to weigh the needs of our town and to be mindful of how you tax and how you spend our tax money. It's also your job to invest in Southington's future. And the nice thing about investing in our town is it not only makes it a nice place to live, it also helps people retain their home values. I understand it's hard this year. There's been financial decisions that have been made that have been hard to recover from. We have used one-time funds to cover reoccurring expenses. And as every time we continue to do that, we continue to dig the hole a little deeper. And we can see that towns that are demographically similar and with similar tax bases, some not even as robust as Southington's, aren't facing the same, I have fiscal cliff written down, but I understand there's a semantics issue with that, the same hole as we are. And underfunding our schools not only demonstrably hurts Southington students, it damages our community. When masked car thieves are in my cul-de-sac in broad daylight on Easter Sunday while kids are playing outside, that damages our community. So I was glad to hear that this year, because I know we'd been unable to pass it in the last few years, we are adding additional officers. And I also wanted to thank Councilman Palmieri, because I know he has suggested that Southington pursue a state grant that would allow us to form a task force focused on deterring car crimes, auto-related crimes. And we have to be doing something. So I know this is a difficult process, and I thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck with the decisions ahead of you.
Thank you, Katie. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else?
Well, here we are again, another difficult year, financially speaking. However, this year's difficulties could have and should have been minimized.
Your name and address, please, John.
I'm sorry, John Moyes,
Yep.
238 Stonegate Road. How could I forget that?
You forget.
A little history lesson is in order going back to May 11, 2020, when the town council approved the budget, overriding the Board of Finance recommendation and lowering taxes to a minus 0.01 mils. The warning was clear then. With COVID, the council was starting a fiscal cliff, and I will call it a fiscal cliff because it is a fiscal cliff, and I'll explain that in a couple of minutes. And started to kick the financial can down the road. On May 9th, 2021, the Board of Finance made their budget recommendation that was overridden by this town council Republicans, this time decreasing the Board of Ed budget by $1 million, more than the recommendation from the Board of Finance of $400,000. The council and the Board of Finance were warned of pending fiscal cliff that would become steeper in 2021. Why? Because the town council Republicans told the Board of Ed to use the federal funds for operational expenses that were for mental health and to bring students up to speed due to COVID. This was the warning from then Councilman Poulos at this meeting. Mr. Poulos echoed comments of Mr. Palmieri and Mr. Paulo. There's a lot of changes and procedures in place that will stay in place that cost money that we will have to continue to do so. Federal and state funding is going to stop as time goes on, and we'll be up against a fiscal cliff. Explained money will have to be put in the future budgets to compensate for money that had to be cut out this year. It's reckless. This is proposed as saving tax dollars for families, but ultimately it will hurt families because it will reduce the quality of education in this town, which is darn good right now. It was stated over and over again, the fiscal cliff will be difficult to overcome if you all continue to go down this road. On May 9th, 2022, the town council decided for the first time to only decrease funding for the Board of Ed and not the town budget. That was another $500,000 to add to the fiscal cliff, approved in a coordinated effort with the Board of Finance and the Board of Ed Republicans. Again, the warning came from Democrats on these boards, and their concerns were not taken into consideration. Mr. Palmieri asked to use funds from previous year, to which Councilman Chaplinsky responded that we don't use rollover money on budget items. This brings us to now, 2023. As Southington begins tumbling off the fiscal cliff, amnesia has set in the last 3 years, in a revisionist way of reviewing history as I've listened and read comments from my Republican friends blaming the state and federal government. The fact is, the state and the federal government did assist during COVID, and the funding was to be used for 2 to 3 year planning and one-time expenditures. Most towns follow the rules. Some, like Southington, were reckless and did not. Southington misused the funding for operational expenses, which gets us to the point of falling off the fiscal cliff. They are now using BOE funds from last year for operating expenses in this year's coming budget to further the cliff, which Councilman Chaplinsky told Councilman Palmieri, we don't use rollover money on budget items. I guess that was last year's strategy. This year's strategy is to continue to use rollover money from the BOE operating budget to take from the hardworking employees and reduce the insurance rates by $1 million and take another $400,000 like last year and give nothing back to the employees, which wasn't mentioned in the presentation earlier, which I'll get to in a minute. Between last year and this year, we have taken over $3.5 million out of town reserves for capital projects. That's fine. That's what it's for, not for operational. The answer to a question when asked how to replenish these funds was, oh, just use this year's surplus, which means each year you have $1 million in surplus. I guess we're overtaxing everybody. You can't continue to have these surpluses. You need to take a deeper dive into the budget. That may be needed. The blame has been on the state and federal government and inflation. Part of the budget may be due to inflation, not the majority of it. Contracted salaries, as the chairman of the Board of Finance said. One second, we're prior to this budget, so don't blame the hardworking employees. You cite inflation and insurance
Excuse me, John,
costs.
your time is up.
1 second.
Excuse me.
I waited a long time, so
Yeah, I
I'm
waited a long
almost
time,
done.
too.
You
time is
cite
done.
inflation and insurance costs, you can reduce the rates by 1 million and raise the
me, Mr.
self-insurance
Morris, your
fund
time is
at least
done.
another 400,000. You can't have it both
Your
ways.
time is done.
Yeah,
Thank you
like
so much.
everybody else. I waited an hour
Thank you.
for that presentation, and this is what, I'm gonna get
May
2
we
minutes?
seated, please?
Give me a break.
Is there anyone else who'd like to say anything?
Good evening. My name's Kristen Ritchie, and I live at Chesterwood Terrace. Tonight, I wanted to speak just for a minute about the Board of Ed budget. I feel that the Board of Ed budget amount is not just a matter of cutting teachers or not. There's so much more to it. Are we considering all opportunities in the district? Are we being creative? Are we capitalizing on parent contributions and parents who want to volunteer their time to help? Are we quantifying the impacts of the various positions that we added to our district over the past few years? Are we enabling families to make decisions by educating them on their mental wellness options, both privately and publicly available? Or are we trying to absorb that burden in our schools with social workers and psychologists? Separately, I recognize and applaud our teachers and administrators. And I very much appreciate our smaller class sizes in our town. I don't believe our class sizes need to change with this budget as it stands before you. And we hear from people tonight saying they are fearful the class sizes will get larger because of a message that was distributed recently. Something I can't help but think about is all the people who raved about how resilient our children were when they wanted to support masking them for 2 years. I would like to remind these people of those comments so that they can rest easier if the class sizes did slightly change. Thank you all for your work on the budget. Thank you to the Board of Ed. Thanks.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Denise Carabetta, and I reside on Southborough Road. My husband and I have lived in Southington for 40 years. Our 2 children attended the Southington schools for grades K through 12. They both graduated from Southington High School many years ago. I am here tonight because of my continuing interest in the education provided to the children in our community. As a community, I believe it is our responsibility to provide our children with a high-quality education leading to graduation and success in life beyond high school. I support the original education budget presented by the Board of Education. Yes, it's a significant increase. The Board of Finance reduced the Board of Education budget by $625,000. The Board of Education original request was a level-funded budget with no new programs or staff. I urge the Town Council to restore the $625,000 cut by the Board of Finance and to fully fund the Board of Education budget request. 82.17% of the education budget consists of increases in salaries and health insurance. These are costs that cannot be changed. Education is a people business. Educators and support staff are working with our children every day. Any substantial cut to the budget will most likely result in a reduction in staff. A reduction in staff means fewer staff working with our children, and thus fewer opportunities for our children to learn and participate in school activities. Such reductions are detrimental to our children's education. I believe we are in this situation due to the decisions made by the Board of Finance and Town Council in past years in order to have a minimal or no tax increase. Southington simply needs to increase funding to appropriately cover the cost of educating our children. To resolve this, taxes have to increase. My husband and I are very willing to pay more taxes to fund education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Carabetta. Let me just hang on one second.
Philip R. Pomposi, 133 Brookwood Drive. I've sat through these meetings, not for a few years, but some things just don't change. I came here with no intent to speak, but after being forced to sit for an hour and 15 minutes to get to the public hearing portion of this meeting, it's incomprehensible. I've heard the same thing in the years past. Scare tactics, scare tactics, scare tactics. Eversource is going up. No, they're not. Natural gas is down 50%. Please. We didn't know MERS is coming. $800,000 on $180 million. Please. We knew with Social Security increase last year that this was coming. So for these, that's incorrect. Mr. Moyes being shut off, incorrect. Listen, and I was a teacher in town. I negotiated contracts with some of you, okay? I've been not teaching for 5 years in Southington. I have an adjunct job at Central. I've had it for 25 years. To teach teachers. I don't teach teachers anymore because no one wants to be a teacher. If you are looking to cut the Board of Ed and to cut teacher positions, good luck finding folks who want to be teachers. And these people who say, oh, they make so much money, $50,000 to start, $60,000, $90,000 after 30 years in the district? I don't know. I understand people don't want to pay taxes and an increase, but taxes have increased because of reassessments, and quite honestly, how much has this council decided to leave on the table because you don't have the stomach to force or to have people pay their fair share? And you know exactly who I'm talking about, for people to pay their fair share. You're letting people, you're giving them a free pass for a year because they haven't followed the rules for years. And then you're putting it on the back of the taxpayer. Totally unfair.
Thank you, Connie.
Hi, Tony Morrison, 49 Blotcher Farm Place, Southington. I didn't want to speak tonight. I've already had my say on the budget as a member of the Board of Finance. I just wanted to articulate some points that were made tonight that I think are incorrect, and I think they need to be understood. The first one is surrounding towns. Surrounding towns have the same issues we do. The whole state has the same issues we do. So if you look at the increases that they've asked for, we have Walcott, 9%. We have Cheshire, 6.3%. We have New Britain, 5.9%. Okay? So those, that's surrounding towns. Second point is, and it's a more important point, is to do with the Board of Education budget. It was $112 million that was asked for. We cut it down to the Board of Finance to 109.7. It's $2.3 million cut. Now, the assumption that that's a $2.3 million cut to the request is going to result in serious problems is incorrect, because if you look through the budgets, as you will, you'll see that the majority, the overwhelming majority of those weren't cuts per se. They were changes in certain things we did to be less conservative than we are. So for instance, self-insurance, okay? That was 624 plus 296, all right? That's over $1 million. The use of the non-lapsing, 760K, okay, from the money they already had for for next year's budget. So all that was left of the, quote, cut we made to the request was $625,000. That's it. That's a rounding error, right? That's 0.5% increase. It's not a massive cut that's going to cause, teachers to be laid off. And I need to stress that over and over again. And that's because we took this for the whole budget. You'll see that for the whole budget. We didn't want to cut services, okay? We wanted to keep them as they are. What we wanted to do was more emphasize things like Chairman Leary said. We'll be more risky is the wrong word, but we'll have uncollected of 1.7 instead of 2.1. Okay, we'll ask for more money on the interest because interest rates have gone up. We did things like that. We're not in a business this year of cutting services. Okay, we want to keep them as they are so we can all enjoy them. Thanks very much.
Is there anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Don Inaselli from 233 Meriden Avenue. And I just wanted to compliment the chairwoman and the town council because I think this process is excellent. Folks have had an opportunity to get up and speak their mind. I have one specific thing that I wanted to talk about relative to the Board of Education, and that's primarily that Board of Education being such a big part of our budget, it is going to be the target. And I think folks in this town really do appreciate the teachers. I myself have no children in the school at this point in time. However, from talking to folks that do have children in the school, how much they appreciate the teachers and what the administration is doing. However, some of the things that I heard tonight relative to the positions that were put on during the COVID period and so forth would seem to me that, if not in this budget, that should be really looked at very closely, because if we've put people on they came on with the intent because the money was available, and then there's no funding down the road, we should not be filling in and providing that funding. That doesn't make any sense. That just bloats the system. I think about my high school, and I think about there was a principal and a vice principal, and that was it. As far as the administration goes, that was it. There was the Board of Education or the superintendent of schools, but that was not in the school, and that was there weren't the levels of administration that there are today. Specialists for everything that you can think of. I think education is extremely important, and it is the largest expense that we have in this town, and it will always be the largest expense we have in this town, as it should be. However, I think we really do need to take a good, hard look at it, just like Tony said. You're taking a look and you're finding this piece here and this piece here, and before you know it, it's real money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ingersoll.
I'm going to be brave tonight. My name is Colin McDonald. I live at 151 Bristol Street. I've been a resident of Southington all my life. Grew up on Mill Street. We moved to Carter Heights. I went and we lived over on Canterbury Lane, and now I live my life on Bristol Street. Been here all my life. I have the benefit of being a benefactor of the Southington school system, gone through all of the schools here, elementary up. Had the benefit of being able to live in different states, different cities, different countries, and I have come back to Southington. Not because I have family that live here, because they don't anymore. I come back to Southington because Southington is home, and Southington has something special. And I think that Southington's something special is the way that we treat our education system here. We look at surrounding towns, and we can see that they don't treat their education system, or they don't have as good of an education system as we do here. So I come to you as a taxpayer tonight to take a look again and see if we can find a way to support the budget that the Board of Education has put forward at this point in time. Because I think that investing in the kids that we have in this town is a knock-on effect. When we put money into that system, those kids put money back into our system, our property values go up, everything goes up. We see a benefit from that. When we take away from it, we see a negative effect from that. Southington is a great place to live, and I hope it continues to be a great place to live because we invest in the things that we need to invest in. And yes, education will always be one of those things that we have to invest in. Free and appropriate education for everyone, it's part of the law. As a point of just, note, I went to the Board of Finance meeting, and yes, the budget cut right now for Southington Board of Education is 6.25, 625,000, 650,000, something like that. It wasn't that at the Board of Finance meeting. It was about 1.41 mil. And then we took the revenue but the extra money from the Board of Education that we had for 2 years, and we said, okay, let's apply that to whatever deficit that we have currently. So instead of the 1.41 million that we had in front of us at the Board of Finance meeting, it's 650, 625, whatever that number is, and it looks a lot better. And optics were discussed, and if you go back and you look at the meeting notes or the meeting video, they discussed whether or not they looked good. So understand that it is $650,000 right now that we're talking about, but it could be the 1.41 million had it not been for the fact that we actually used the money that was already there and won't be there next year. So if we don't fund that now, then we will fund it at some other point in time, or we won't. And we might lose that thing that makes Southington special, which is our education system. And our kids will be the ones to suffer. So I'll leave it at that note.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm going to, could I just do this? I would like all the Eagle Scouts that have been so patient to stand right where you are, guys. Could you all just stand, ladies and gentlemen? We have a group of Eagle Scouts with us. You may be seated. I'm not sure how many other folks are going to speak, but we will get into the meeting. So just relax. Parents, thank you for being so patient.
And Madam Chair, if they're late for school, the superintendent is over there.
Yeah, is there someone else who wishes to speak? We're going to try to get our Eagles up as soon as we can. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Thank you so much, everybody, for your comments. It is appreciated. And I would like very much to begin our meeting. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? If you are leaving, please do it silently because we are going to be opening our meeting. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it very much. Go ahead.
William Diedick.
Here.
Tom Lombardi.
I'm here.
James Morelli. Here. Christopher Palmieri.
Here.
Jack Perry.
Here.
Paul Chaplinsky.
Here.
Michael Del Santo.
Present.
Valerie DiPaolo.
Here.
Victoria Triano.
I'm here. Would you all stand for the prayer, please?
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this evening asking for your direction and guidance. Keep us focused tonight on what is best for Southington and her people. Amen.
Amen. I would like to ask the Eagle Scouts to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 2, may I have a motion, please? If you are finished in here, would you please exit quietly so we can concentrate on our agenda? Thank you, everybody.
So moved, Madam Chair, with the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Any discussion on them? Any additions or deletions? Or hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And I'll abstain.
And one abstention, yes.
Please.
Very good. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to ask from Troop 32, Adam and Luke Ciappelloni. Did I say it bad? Is it really bad? Is it close? Thank you. Please come forward. Reed Famlighetti, come on down. Aiden Hoffman, Michael O'Sullivan from Troop 32. Would you just stand here, come in the front, you can face the audience because we're going to come down, Paul and I are going to come down. Troop number 45, Nicholas Gwardowski. How did I do? Nick, is that okay? Pretty bad? Nicholas Hallerhan and Noah Rickard. Rickard, did I do it? Rickard, sorry. Paul had asked that we would recognize these wonderful Eagle Scouts. You know, one of my first things when I was on the town council, I got a chance to go to the Eagle Scout ceremony. It is absolutely incredible. Now, each of them have a citation. One of the things about Eagle Scouts is that they must do a project. They must manage the project. You have to raise money for your project, is that correct? You had to do the work on the project, you had to get a team together, right? And these guys finished their projects, and Paul is going to actually present the awards for them. But I want to read the citation, and then Paul, as he hands out the citation, will tell you what the project is. It says, the town council hereby offers its sincerest congratulations to the Eagle Scout, achieving the rank of Eagle Scout for the memorial, no, that's what they did, he's going to do that. This honor is a reflection of your dedication, commitment, and hard work. You have set a fine example for other scouts to follow and have become a role model for young men in our community. Actually, young women also. Did you guys know that? Yeah. Girl Scout, yeah. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Victoria Triano, Chairwoman, and Paul Chaplinsky, Vice Chairman, on behalf of the entire Town Council, do hereby congratulate and applaud you on the 24th day of April 2023. And this is for Adam. Paul? Adam?
Adam's certificate, his project was to work on the memorial bench at Plantsville Engine Company 2. So we had an opportunity down there. See that? Luke did the Veterans Footstone raising at St. Thomas Cemetery. This project was for the Orange Trail improvement at Riverbound Farm Sanctuary, which I believe is right over the border in Cheshire. Is that correct? Correct. Nicholas worked on the COVID Memorial Garden at the Summit at Plantsville. Very good. And then it would be proud that he left on time for school.
This is also Nicholas Halloran.
Nicholas Halloran worked on the building of a pair of swings at Camp Sloper. Jimmy Swift Tower at the Riverbound Farm Sanctuary as well. Congratulations. Michael O'Sullivan. I know this one. Michael worked on the construction of a new fence at Pleasant View Farm. Congratulations. And Noah. Noah worked on the landscaping at Kelly School Little Library. Congratulations.
For your dedication and work ethic to get these projects done. And the award of Eagle will follow you all your life. One of the things that, the first Eagle Scout presentation that I went to, they had a circle, what is it, a circle of eagles or something like that? They mentioned something about, would the eagles come forward or something? And men of all different ages, from 80 to teenagers, older teenagers, come forward and make a circle because they're part of an organization and achievement that is rarely seen. So on behalf of the entire town council, congratulations. Thank you so much. Absolutely, it's wonderful. It's our honor. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Up to the next budget meeting, too.
Thank you, guys. We'll just take a minute and let the Eagles and their families fly out of here. Sure. We're going to just take a minute or two and let them leave, and then we can get into a very, well, he's going fast, so. You would. Yeah. We got to give Bill a minute or two. We have to, all right, yeah, you take a minute or two if you have to run. Yeah, well, I will wait for you. Yeah, go.
No, I'll wait.
You might have to wait for me in a little while. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then everybody can come back refreshed, and we'll hit this ground running. Thank you.
Refresh? I don't know about refresh.
Start it again. Could everyone please take their seat? Appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was good with the Eagles, though, wasn't it? That was really great. Okay. So let's go on to item number 4. Let's ask for Councilmatic communication. Anyone have any communication? Not public, Councilmatic communication. I'll make sure you get up there, Joy. Anybody? Yes, Val.
So, Madam Chair, I just have one. And we had received an email on it, the Wellspring Award from the Connecticut Age Well Collaborative. So they had announced that the Dementia Friendly Southington Initiative is receiving one of their inaugural awards. And, there's only there's 4 recipients in the state that are receiving this award. It's the first year that they're doing it. So I just really wanted to, give a shout out to everyone who was involved with Dementia Friendly, the Dementia Friendly Initiative. I had been involved with that from the beginning. And, people in our community partners, staff, there was training. Restaurants. I mean, it's such a great initiative. So, and the other thing I wanted to mention is that Main Street Community Foundation, I wanted to just thank them because they have funded, through the Barnes Trust, they had funded at least 3 years at $115,000, I believe, and then a 4th year of partial funding. So, and I didn't know if the town manager, if anybody's going to be attending at the state capitol.
I know I got invited. I cannot do it that day, but
Mr. Palmeri is going to, I believe Mr. Palmeri, excuse me, Deputy Chief Palmeri will be there, and I think
good.
Liz also from the.
Liz Schubert, right?
Liz Schubert will be
Liz
there from the
Schubert,
library.
yeah. Oh, great,
That's
good,
great.
good.
And I think, I'm not sure if Matt's going to go from the library too, but I know that I sent the invitation to everybody. so
That's
I-
wonderful.
That's great. So just a big thank you to everybody on that, and
Excellent, yeah.
congratulations.
Anything else, Val?
No, that's it.
Anybody?
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Oh.
Okay, Jack, go ahead.
Yes, so first off, I just want to get back to the public hearing that we had. And I just want to make it, share my frustration that, again, during a public hearing, it's the opportunity for the public to speak. And it shouldn't be our narratives, our thoughts. We'll have our discussion at that point in time. So I just think it was uncalled for us to delay the public hearing to allow our residents to speak. So that's first and foremost. Also want to thank Chairwoman Colleen Clark from the Board of Ed. She did a tour on Tuesday, April 18th, that I believe Mr. Lombardi, Val, and Chris Palmeri joined, and it was an eye-opener. Even though I graduated Southern High in 08, there's a lot of new programs, and it's great to see us as a community investing in our schools. And there's a lot of discussion on the budget, with the schools, but I can tell you, I graduated in 08. It's totally different at the high school now than it was in 08. Then I went to the elementary schools, and the programs that they have, the teachers are phenomenal. So again, it's concerning that we're making these cuts, and I understand that some people, visions on what school should be and all that. I just don't know if there's a way that we could kind of show the public more of how our schools currently operate versus when they were in school. Because again, as a graduate of 08, I can tell you it's night and day. Also, it was nice to see April 20th, they had a career fair at the high school that I participated with my company, and seeing all the kids, being able to go around and talk to, different industries and kind of see what they wanted to do. When I was there, that wasn't there. So for all the teachers and staff that kind of helped put that on, I want to thank them because that was a great thing to see. And last but not least, on April 14th, Madam Chair, you attended the ribbon cutting as well as I did for the Dunkin' Donuts on North Main Street. They did the reopening. And I got to meet our library director for the first time, and he's a good sport. They had a dunking tank. He said, if you get in the dunk tank, I'll get in the dunk tank. So we actually dunked each other.
Oh, is that
And that
right?
was, it was a great opportunity to meet the new library director and, down-to-earth guy. So I'm very excited to see the direction of the
I
library.
left before that, Jack, because I was afraid there would be a challenge.
Madam Chair, you could have donated money to dunk me.
I know, I would donate the money to dunk you guys, but I didn't, anyway. Yes, that was very nice, wasn't it?
Yes,
I
thank
just wanted to thank the Sikh community from West Street. they had their first ever parade in Southington, and it was incredible. It was very different. You know, the Sikh community is a group of individuals. Their origin, I believe, is India, and their customs are very different and very unique. They're wonderfully friendly people. They work very, very hard to support things like community services, Bread for Life, anytime there's a need, but many times we don't see them because they like to give without the recognition. And so I just wanted to say thank you. Paul was there, and it was quite beautiful, all kinds of colors, and it was just very nice. They wrote me a thank you note and invited me up to the Gurdwara, and Paul also on Sunday, so I guess we're going to go. And the first time I met them was on 9/11. They invited me up. I was chairman at that time. They invited me up to the Gurdwara so that, because on 9/11, many Sikhs were misjudged as being part of another religion. And in America, there were a lot of folks at that time. We were hurting, if you recall, back then, and so some Sikhs had been killed. So I went up as a representative. They were very kind to me then. They wanted folks to know that they were peaceful people, and they have been. So I just wanted to acknowledge them and thank them. Anybody else? Yes, Chris.
Just very quick, and I'll be brief, too. Following up on Jack, I also want to thank Colleen Clark from the Board of Ed. Also, Steve Mananci led the tour. But also Mike Rocco and Richard Royan from the high school, the principal and assistant principal there, who really showed us in depth about the programs that happen on a daily basis for our students. And also Bob Gary at Hatton Elementary School. Hatton Elementary School not only is one of our 8 elementary schools, but it also houses many of our district-wide programs, including a preschool program. So to see how that benefits our students and our community was really beneficial, especially as we embark on deciding on the budget. Also, as we're talking about the budget, just a shout out for the Southington Education Foundation, which also tries to contribute and fund projects to help educators. Their gala is May 5th, so that's coming up at Mount Southington this year. And finally, and I don't know if we have an answer tonight, but the state presented information about the NIP bottles and the NIP surcharge and disbursements. Specifically, I'm curious what the town's plan is to use those funds. So, Mark, you don't have to answer tonight, but if you could.
There's several options we've been looking at. It has to do mainly with making sure that the roads stay clean. So there's several areas we can look at for that. So I've already talked to Annette about that, so we'll have some ideas.
So it could be allocated.
It's not big enough to do anything with right now, but as it gets big enough,
Yeah.
we can actually buy street sweepers, we can do a lot of things with it, so when it gets a little bit more.
Okay, and it's going to be allocated appropriately because, like, to your point, it's going to build as the years
It'll build,
progress.
so,
Okay.
there's things you can do for keeping the roads clean and keeping the grass areas clean. We thought a street sweeper might work, but that's going to take several years to build to that point, so obviously it has to go to Public Works through the budget process, so we'll see at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead, Paul.
Just 2 items. I just wanted to also reiterate Jack and Chris's comments about the tour. It was not only enlightening at the high school level, but at the elementary level. What Mike Gary is doing over there and the staff, Bob Gary, Mike lives in my neighborhood. Bob Gary is doing over there and the staff at Hatton School is amazing. My wife is an elementary school 4th grade teacher. And I went home and was talking to her, and I was amazed at the level of support these students are getting in our elementary schools, and especially Hatton with the programs that they have there. I was floored. I was totally, I was so happy to have taken the time to go through that. I learned a tremendous amount and to see the value of the special education system in our town. It is amazing, second to none. So thank you to Colleen, Steve, Mike, Bob Gary, and all the others. I had the opportunity this past weekend also to attend the Sorelle d'Italia in America event, which was wonderful. Italian Heritage event. It was a murder mystery dinner, and it was so cool to partake in that and see so many local people from our Sorel and from the Sons of Italy and other people in the community. And all the proceeds from that event went to help support type 1 diabetes, children primarily, and families who are suffering with that. And that was also really moving to hear about some of the challenges that families are dealing with that. So it was really nice to attend that. I know the town manager was there as well, so it was great to participate.
Very good. Anybody else? Yes, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Tom.
Briefly, Councilman Perry, Palmieri, and Chaplinsky already mentioned the tour of the schools, but one thing I wanted to point out that Mr. Medancy and Bob Gary and others highlighted for us. Not only was the actual programming very, very great to see in person, but they talked about the investment that our school system has made in the special ed program. So, you know, we always see these numbers and it's always sticker shock for us, but they took the time, briefly, obviously, but it's important to really understand their investment criteria of saying, hey, if the town spends X amount of dollars to do this, we avoid X amount of dollars. So that was very helpful. And they also talked about some of the state calculations that are currently in place that don't seem to make a lot of sense that they're working together with state representatives to fix. So I found that very interesting. So thank you to them.
Very good. Anybody else? Okay, let's move on. Report of special committees. The Southington High School Roof Committee. Since my counterpart over there, Chris, was world traveling, he was not able to make the meeting, so I guess I have to do the report. So on April 13th, the Southington High School Roof Replacement Building Committee meeting was held, and we did have a quorum. And we sat through the architect's presentation and drawings and specifications of the project. It was very interesting, very involved, but we all felt very confident in what the architect was presenting. It was approved for their invoices, and there was no one there for public communication, and that was just about it. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but.
Just the other thing, there's resolutions that are on the agenda later that
Yes.
need to be acted on,
Yep,
too.
that's right. Thank you, Chris. Yep, absolutely. Okay, the sewer department, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We met, we approved a few expenditures, which will appear later on the town manager's report. They all passed unanimous at committee. And one thing we discussed was we have invested more money in our sewer relining, specifically to get Old Borough done, which is where the Plantsville area is. And I think we almost completed all of that. There's been a large price change now to our vendors, and it's been voted out, and the price change was still significant. So I think we might discuss, which would probably come to us at this level for a final policy decision, is whether we want to keep investing money at that cost. So that's something we batted around, and we're going to keep on our agenda for next meeting. Val, is anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, self-insurance.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Self-Insurance Committee met on Wednesday, April 19th, last week. The first order of business was to review the current year 22-23 actual versus budget. And for the month of March specifically, we came in over budget, approximately $256,000 for the month only. So year-to-date, through 9 months of the year, it's approximately $600,000 under budget. Like I always say, you can't really look too closely into that number because there are still 3 months to go on that. The next item of business was that we reviewed the Anthem projections, the actuarial projections for fiscal year 23-24, just to kind of look back at what we had done previously in March as to where they are now. And just to give some background on this, in the March meeting, the Self-Insurance Committee voted to approve an actuarial projection of cost of $28.9 million. However, we said that we were going to utilize $1 million from the self-insurance fund balance for a net cost of $27.9 million. Now, the Anthem numbers came in, which gives us another month of information, at an actuarial projection of 29,033,000, or 29,044, 29,044,000. So very, very close to where we are in terms of an actuarial projection of cost. So that was good news. The committee obviously did not take any further actions to move the budget, obviously, because the Board of Finance had already reduced the amount by an additional $400,000. So there was no action at the self-insurance level. And then two additional items for future items that are coming up. I had asked the Director of Finance to set up an agenda item for an upcoming meeting so that we can review the taxpayer and employee cost allocations and calculations, so that everyone's on the same page and we can move forward on that. That was that. And the second thing I did ask for a future I should say, I asked the Director of Finance for that to be in the May or June meeting, and if we can't get it in that, which I'm hoping we could, we might have to call a special meeting because the Self-Insurance Committee does not meet in the summer. So I will get back to the council when we have an actual date on that. Secondly, I did ask the consultant and our Director of Finance at our September 2023 meeting that we have a high-level review of our insurance program, health insurance program for the town. Take a look at our self-insurance program as it currently stands, what are we paying, how it's working, and compare that to a hypothetical, what I'll call a traditional health insurance approach, where the town would just pay a premium, and once the money's gone, it's gone. So I did ask for that. So that'll be a good high-level review for the September timeframe. And Councilman Chaplinsky and Councilman Perry were also in attendance, so I don't know if there's any further items that you want to add to that.
Jack, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So again, I know we discussed it in not just the previous meeting, the meeting prior, and our minutes are being adjusted to reflect that. But again, last year when the self-insurance ended up going and using $1 million in reserves like we did this year, the Board of Finance took an additional $400,000 last year. They're projected to do the same this year, presented to do the same this year. When we're setting the mill rate off for the residents, it's off of using the reserves. So our town staff, in my opinion, should get a premium holiday at that point in time, which what a premium holiday is, the town staff may not make one of their payments towards their premiums because we're using the reserves, which sets, our policy or our budgeting. So when we are setting the budget with a mill rate and we're using reserves, I know we're going to have this discussion more, but again, I feel we're kicking the can down the road and we're not taking action and really taking a stance on, again, when we use the reserves, it should be a split back to the town's employees. So again, I'm asking maybe the council that we could, entertain doing something on this and reviewing it more in depth. And, I mentioned it, maybe having our consultant come here as well, because again, the reserves, when we're using it, again, my concern also is overtaxation of our residents and overcharging our employees. So if we're going to use it, I think that's great. But then again, we got to be fiscally responsible that we don't run up onto a cliff, because again, when you use these reserves and they're not there. So I really would love to see a premium holiday be given to our staff, which would in turn be them offsetting what their contribution would be.
Thank you, Councilman Perry. And, just as you know, I think we were sitting next to each other a few months back. I was the one, actually it was more than a few months back. I think it was before Mr. Bowes was even hired by the town. But I brought the issue up at a self-insurance meeting, and, I'm confident that our Director of Finance and our insurance consultant will thoroughly review and explain the situation. And it's not something that we could just change at the next council meeting. We will have a thorough look at it, and we will get to a solid solution.
Well, so we spoke about it I think about a year ago, and we then say, well, let's see what the fiscal year breaks down to be if we go into the reserves more. Well, once you budget based off of using those reserves, our mill rate is set off of using those reserves. So again, we're doing it, in my opinion, wrong, because again, that reserve is balanced, or it's broken up between roughly an 80-20 split. So that reserve, every dollar is roughly 80 cents to the town, 20 cents to the employees. So when we're using that money, you know, we're setting the mill rate based off of reducing the budget. But again, the town staff is not getting that benefit towards the reserves that we're using. And again, this goes for all town staff, you know, educators, police, fire, you know, they do a great job in our community. And again, kicking the can down the road, we talked about it last year. Now it's like, well, let's get through this fiscal year. And then it's going to be, well, let's get to the next one. We really need to take a stance on this. And if the majority doesn't want to do anything, then that's fine. But again, I feel that we're doing it wrong, and we need to talk about it.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would suggest, the majority is not saying they don't want to do anything. I think we heard Tom say that he's trying to schedule a meeting. At the last meeting, we heard Jim Bowes and the consultant tell us that they want to prepare a discussion for us so that they have the facts, they have the information, and that will be the genesis of their recommendation, the subcommittee's recommendation, and then eventually the town council's recommendation. And exactly to your point, Jack, we don't even know what the mill rate is going to be yet. We haven't voted on it yet. So at the very least, we need to get through the budget process, make sure we understand what the final budget is, get the information from the consultants, and then we can quickly make a decision. I think we're all on the same page on it.
No,
We want to do something.
So Councilman Chaplinsky, you're new on this committee. So you weren't there during some of these discussions. But again, last year's mill rate was already set. We took 1.4 million out of reserves. We're coming to the end of that fiscal year, and we need to take action on it, in my opinion, before July 1st.
He's going to schedule a meeting, he said.
Well, again, the last time we spoke, it was, maybe in September. Again, we're kicking we discussed it at the last meeting.
At the self-insurance committee meeting, I asked for a meeting sooner rather than later.
And
I'm hoping it could be in May and at the latest June.
Yeah. I believe, and I have to go back to the meeting minutes, we had a discussion about September because we don't meet during the summer months. So again, all I'm stating is I would like to have this talked about at the next meeting in action, and then report back to the council.
Excuse me, I just want to say that it's premature to put it on for the next meeting.
Right. We have to.
So I would like to make sure that we get the information and that we're moving consciously about the implication of this. It's a change of policy, it's a change of doing. I certainly don't want to overtax anybody, but we need to know what we're dealing with. We need facts, figures, and a recommendation from the experts. And so, but we will do it. We will, thank you, Tom, you're going to move ahead on that. That's great. Okay. Anything else, Jack? Anything else, Jack?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go on to the town manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item is the minutes of the Board of Finance. We had a straightforward business meeting. In fact, it only lasted 20 minutes, similar to this meeting tonight. So it's straightforward. There were no major issues on it. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Hearing none, I think you're safe to go forward.
If not, as you and Mr. Palmieri mentioned, there's a resolution which is required. This is going to be sent to the state of Connecticut so that your committee can request reimbursement from the state of Connecticut. Right now, we're hopefully looking at around 50% reimbursement for the cost of the roof at the high school. Any questions on that? The next three items were already discussed by both Bill and Val, but let me go through them. Some of these names are always tough for me, but let me see. So we're talking about the Patton Brook Generator Platform Project. This is request to go to Pleasant Mount Welding, Inc. For the sum of $31,000, which is going to be paid by the maintenance account at the sewer plant. Any questions on that? Next one is for Judd Brook Force Main Air Release Valve Replacement Project. That goes to Martin Olivero, and that's at $16,482, and that also comes out of the sewer maintenance account. And then the last one I have is the Phosphorus Removal Building Catwalk Extension Project to go to Pleasant Mount Welding, Inc., and that's to be $13,613, and that's also to be paid out of plant maintenance. I believe I covered all three there.
Very good. Any questions about the recommendation for the projects?
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
just a quick statement? I think Bill had mentioned it, but just so the council's aware, on the three recommendations, the subcommittee did, voted
Was
unanimously on these.
correct.
And the staff does approve these.
And it's a normal maintenance, it comes out of maintenance budget, so it's not anything above and beyond.
Right.
Great, thank you then.
This next item, I did send Mr. Bose home, but he wanted to speak about this, but he's been here all night, so, you did you show up?
He's here.
Oh, sorry, Jim, you're here. I thought, I went like this to you 3 times.
I thought he resigned again.
Oh. First of all, I pulled you out of retirement, I felt bad, you were here so long, but. You didn't see me do this, Jim? I could have handled this one on my own, but go ahead, Mr. Bose.
Oh, okay. Well, I could just say rewind the YouTube video to Mr. Shaplinsky's report, and I'm done. Because, no, Paul did a nice job explaining a little bit of it. Okay, I will be brief then, Mr. Schroeder, because you can, well, if you fire me, I get to collect, so I don't know. What the downside is, I don't know. I've known Mark 30 years, so I can tease him. But thank you, members of the council. On April 19th, we sold $17,450,000 worth of municipal bonds. Every item, I'll go very quickly through the listing of the items. Every single item, by the way, was approved at referendum at one point or another. So when that happens, I mean, you have to sell bonds and then you got to pay the piper. But, so it's like, it gives ammunition to 9 council members and 6 Board of Finance members when people are talking about debt service. This is the will of the folks, and I am one of them who votes at referendum. So this is our will, you know what I mean? So anyway, for what it's worth. Several days before that bond sale, we did have our AA+ rating reaffirmed by Standard & Poor's, AA+ stable, which is great. The next step up from that, like a mini step, is AAA, and for various demographical factors, Southington will probably never see AAA. There were, on the 19th, we received 12 bids for our bonds, the $17,450,000, which is, in 32 years of selling municipal bonds, I don't think I've ever had 12 bidders, 12 underwriting firms bidding on any Southington bonds or Wallingford bonds where I worked. So it's great to see that. More competition usually generates some better pricing. And our total interest cost was 3.336124. I can't even round that, so that drives our public works director crazy when I round. But anyway, so that goes out like 6 digits. That was our total net, what we call the net interest cost. $905,000 principal per year to be paid off in the first 10 years, and then $840,000 a year to be paid off in years 11 through 20. After 8 years, we have a refunding option, similar to the way we as homeowners might refinance a house. After the 8th year, we can look into a possible refunding of those bonds if interest rates move down, because they are much higher than they were the last time the town issued bonds 2 years ago. But still, we did very well in the market. The projects bonded were 2 open space acquisitions for about $660,000. We still had a little window of time to borrow for the development rights of the Southington Country Club, which we may remember. You have a certain amount of time, and I want to belabor the point with regards to how you can reimburse yourself, for which you can reimburse yourself once you have an authorized project, and that time was expiring next month, so that's why I wanted to get this bond sale in April. That was $4.5 million. The library project, the first phase of that borrowing, I issued $6 million. There will be another phase of that as the construction progress goes on, probably next fiscal year. $4 million for road improvements that were approved in 2020 at referendum, and a portion of the Southington High School roof, $2 million of that, and then there's going to be some state reimbursement on that, which should amount to about 50% of the costs. The low bidder was Citigroup. You might have heard of Citigroup Bank, Citigroup Global Markets, and that's about all that's a summary, a bird's eye, if you will. I got a lot more detail, but I know your hour is getting late, so if you have any questions, I'll be glad to field them.
Just one really quick. When was the last time our bond rating was increased?
Increased, I don't know. I went back to the last several bond issues, just reviewing matters just for funding purposes. It was reaffirmed in January 2021, the last time the town sold bonds, and that was a AA plus at that time. So it was reaffirmed that. I think you've got to go back quite a ways because it's been a AA plus for quite a while.
Okay.
I could look at it and through town manager, get
Yeah,
back to you.
That's fine.
At least 10 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know it's going back quite a while.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I just ask that I know we got that memo sent to us after the regular town council package. Can I just ask that that memo be submitted with these minutes?
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Town Manager, anything?
Press release,
That's all I have, and I have a 4-hour executive session I planned for tonight. No, there's no executive session tonight, we should be all set.
All right, a town attorney's report.
Madam Chair, I happily have nothing to report to you.
There you go.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you so much.
Madam Chair, can I say one thing?
The only applause tonight.
Bill?
I want to say one thing, I don't want to embarrass you, but so I was listening to the radio, and a case came up, and they basically said it was changing the legal landscape. So I was interested, and I looked the case up, and it's our own town attorney who argued the defendant's summary judgment. So I was happy as a taxpayer that we're getting that good of legal work, so.
Well, we are too, because you can never tell when we're going to need it. Very good. Okay, it's public communication, but I want to just say something because I was unaware of really, those of you wonderful people that were here for 15 East Summer Street. So my understanding, I know you're here and you want to say something, but I want to make sure I understand. This property went before planning and zoning already, correct? And it was approved, is that correct?
No public hearing.
No public hearing, I believe.
Mark, and the town manager can clarify, get it wrong, because I know you've had extensive experience there with us, and maybe Mike, but, yeah, this was a site plan review. It was an SPR for industrial property at the end of East Summer Street. And by state statute, the SPRs don't have a public hearing.
They're not required to have a public hearing.
Not required to have a public hearing. And I think we even mentioned it at our meeting when some came. The issue that's here is that it was approved. There's a driveway and an access that's a little bit of an issue. And then there was no public hearing.
The way that, okay.
So maybe, explain how SPR works versus SPU.
May I interject?
I was just going to, you should tell the process of it, and the
Okay.
process has not
I'll-
changed since
I'll
I've
wait.
been there, but site plan review does not require a public hearing. I assume the public hearing was not, there was no public hearing for this
That's what
particular
they
case.
said, no public-
It would have gone to wetlands, I assume also, so the wetlands agency. There's two ways for a person who's not happy with the decision, in wetlands or planning and zoning, and that's, it gets publicized, let's assume it gets approved on a Tuesday, it usually gets publicized on a Friday. You have 15 days from the day it's publicized to appeal it. If it's not appealed within that 15 days, I'm not sure, when was this approved, does anyone know?
Maybe a month
When
ago?
did it get
When did
approved?
this get
February
approved?
7th.
Okay, February?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, none of us knew until a month, at least 30 days.
Yeah, but,
So a property that borders residences that were built before the zoning change in which they were built, you don't have to tell the residents that you're going to park a 7,500 square foot
this is.
structure
if-
behind them?
If it's a site plan review, the
So-
answer is no. There's no notice of
How is
site plan
that fair to the residents? How is that
I'm not saying
possibly
it's fair or
fair?
unfair, I'm saying what the state statute says and what Southington does. and
Well,
that's for site plan
unless
reviews,
they're
whatever.
following the agenda of every meeting and like hawks, and all of us missed it. No area resident knew about this until well after it was decided against their interests fully.
That's
So-
why I wanted to get some input on this, because I know you all have been waiting.
I mean,
And I know you're
property
upset
value,
about it.
privacy, quality of life.
Yeah,
Yep.
and my understanding is that the plan was approved, but there was a flaw in that plan.
Would you state your name and address? Just
Yes,
for-
I'm sorry. I'm Annette Carbone, and I'm a novice here. I'm at 284 Summer Street. So this development would be diagonally across from our 1840s Federal. And, but the design has a flaw in the sense that the developer thought that they could use town open space, town land, to access their property, which was not approved during the open space committee meeting. So now the thought is, well, is there an alternate way to access that property? And it directly abuts a neighbor's property. And, I mean, there are wetlands. Russ had given you pictures of sort of some flooding that occurred. And basically, like, the plan looks like it's got a lot of bells and whistles in terms of the wetlands, but we don't really have any kind of environmental study on this. And so, you know, at this point, we've got a plot of land, we've got this huge development. We don't even know who the tenants are going to be. This is rental property. So it could be 16 businesses, and we don't even know what these businesses would be and the
just,
impact,
and
yes.
what came up to the open space was that the applicant was requesting to use part of the open space.
Yes.
To do a land swap. The applicant, the open space committee heard it. We allowed some public comment, which I think a number of you came. And then we denied
Yes.
the use.
Yes.
That has now since, so that's a done deal. That's not going to be done. And
Okay.
This town council won't take that up. It's a dead issue.
Yeah.
So it reverts back to their original proposal where they access it through their own property, you know, just like they're allowed to. So, and that's a planning and zoning issue. That's not a town council issue. So, you know, the state statute says that if there's an industrial development and they meet the regulations, then they're allowed to develop there, and that's kind of what they did.
Wait, but what are these businesses that are going to occupy these bays? We don't know if it's going to be an auto detailing.
So
You know.
Joy, did you want to put anything on the record?
You've been calling me Joy all night.
Cynthia.
She's a joy.
Cynthia, you know who I was thinking of. I'm sorry, Cynthia Martell. I'm so sorry, Cynthia.
I was going to address whether the town council was going to deny the use of, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Cynthia Martell, 216 Summer Street. I just came to say that I would hope if the Open Space Committee didn't deny use of the open space, and it went before the town council would reject it. Because I don't feel that we should allow commercial businesses to take part of our open space. It's access to Goat Island, it's, it would limit the use maybe in the future, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're telling me it was denied.
That's a dead
Okay.
issue now.
Okay, then that's good. It won't
And
be.
it was unanimous.
And it was a unanimous no.
Okay, when I read the minutes to the Open Space Committee, I wasn't quite sure.
I'm sorry, say it one more time?
When I read the minutes from the Open Space Committee report, I
Yes.
wasn't quite sure.
Yeah,
It's-
it was voted no by the Open Space Committee, and then the applicant said, hey, since it was voted no, then they withdrew their application. So they're
Okay,
not.
it didn't say that
It's
in
not
the
even gonna
minutes.
come here.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great.
Okay,
That's
thank
good.
you,
You did your
everybody.
job.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I've been patiently waiting. I'm new to Southington. It'll be 2 years. I actually own the property that's adjacent to this new development. I'm sorry, I'm Charisma Maldonado. I live at the property on 11 East Summer Street, adjacent to this development that's planning. I've heard all,
To the south, right?
to the south, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
just
guess.
before the-
It's a beautiful home. I moved here because of the actual location. It's amazing, and I love this town. I love the education system. I've been listening all for the last 3 hours. I'm an educator. I work in Wallingford, so I just want to let you hear me out. You speak to your colleagues. I know this has been approved, whatnot, but my concerns as far as I have children, I have tenants, that whole entry access thing, it's going to impact my property the most out of everybody's. Going into that section, I had some points as far as safety. Our community is safe for now in Summer and East Summer Streets. We don't have to deal with a lot of negative environmental fallout from the project, such as warehouses, garages, that being slated to be built here in our residential community. However, I feel like that's going to be changed and it's going to be impacted. I have an 8-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 13-year-old, and my tenant has a 2-year-old playing, walking, tossing balls. I'm just concerned with that, with the roads and the woods. I'm not comfortable with trucks and tree cutter companies dwelling on and around my property where my kids will walk and play. I'm an educator. I'm in and out of this access road that they need to use in order to build this development that God knows how long it's going to take. The appearance, the visual character of the community, the changes for Florian to build aesthetically pleasing buildings that fit within the town and the neighborhood, including surrounding my home on 11 East Summer Street. The traffic, like I said, about the access, additional automobile traffic that may come with the distribution facilities unless the carriers can learn to hide these facilities under a facade and minimize truck traffic. Again, the driveway is an issue. How or where will the trucks get in without invading my property on 11 East Summer Street or even destroying any part of my land that's already there? I feel like they're gonna have to knock out my whole mailbox and part of my driveway to even develop this. And again, like my colleagues, they were just saying in my community, there was no discussion with our community. And as far as, hey, these residents live here, how is this gonna impact that? Pollution, congestion, environmental factors, you guys discussed that. That's a whole other council, whole other committee. I feel like just the blatant disregard of the quality of life for the animals, the trees. Anybody who's been over there will say that area is amazing. It makes Plantsville and the town of Southington just more welcoming. It's part of the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail. It's just beautiful. My daughter put a lemonade stand last summer and it drew hundreds of people. She made over $100 and people were like, we're coming back next year. And, you know, I'm super proud of her for that. And it's just, I'm just very passionate about it because like I said, I moved here with the fact that, oh, this is such a beautiful property. This is such an amazing, you know, surrounding little town. And that was like my biggest thing. And just having that privacy, right? Because they're planning to do this. We have all the plans. We've talked about it, me and my neighbors, and it's just not settling with us. So thank you for listening to me tonight. In closure, I'd like to discuss this furthermore as plans move forward with the developer, with anybody in open space, just to see if there's any adjustments that could be made, if we can come to a compromise at all, because I feel like I'm going to be the one most impacted by this decision moving forward. And that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, while they're here, and since we've had dialogue, Mark, is it possible, you know, you bring up a good point. Although this board here has absolutely no mechanism to do anything, you know, there's nothing we can do. There is a contact, you know, maybe it's not uncommon for residents to reach out to the town and maybe talk to the town planner, who also is the conduit for the developer, and say, hey, we've had some residents come to us. They have concerns. And, you know, it is an industrial use. You are a residential use. There are regulations about buffers and things like that. And maybe there's some.
The planner could put them in touch with how to contact
Exactly.
the owner of the property, but we just looked at it now. It's an industrial use in an industrial zone.
Exactly.
So therefore, that's why there's no public hearing on it, because
Correct.
it's industrial use in an industrial zone.
But there are buffers for
Right. So
a
what I'm saying
residential
is-
use.
So what I'm saying is that, yes, the planner could certainly talk to them, certainly put them in touch with the property owner and try and see what the
Facilitate a
concerns are.
discussion.
But
The whole industrial zoning bit, though, these houses were built, that industrial zoning was changed in the 60s. So the newest house in this area that is right against this property was built in 1950. So you guys changed the zoning after these houses were built, after people had already established them as residents. Not industrial properties, but residences. So you changed the zoning sometime in the 60s, and now everybody's supposed to just consider that to be the
So
way it is,
I
the new
think,
rule?
I think what we're trying to, what we've said is that it's beyond what we can do. I would suggest the same thing that Mr. Triplinski said, is to get in touch with our town planner to find out the exact name of the person who has purchased the land or who's looking for a site plan and talk directly to him to see if he's willing to work with you.
I've made that suggestion.
Yeah,
to,
because there's nothing else that we can do, and I don't want to keep going around in a circle. So that would be our suggestion. If you can talk to the planner and see if he can think of anything else. Okay?
they say
I
it's a
appreciate
done
you all
deal,
coming out,
so.
and I wish we could do more, but that's all we can do. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chairman and Council, my name is John Carbone, 284 Summer Street. And my wife is the eloquent one of the family, so you're kind of stuck with me tonight. But what I'm doing is I'm standing before you with well, 80 years ago, born in Southington, raised everything. Loved the town, was able to have corporate jobs, took me international, took me to Boston, took me to the Midwest, had an opportunity to come back to Southington. Love it, got into Summer Street. The trail was a great, great attraction for the area in Plantsville. So that being said, you know, when I look at my business background, I have a curious question to myself. I ask myself, Southington is one of the larger town areas in the Farmington Valley, 32 square miles. I find it so curious that with all the space in town and the industrial located areas in town, that this one little piece of property is causing so much rift because someone wants to get in and remediate because that's so ideal location for a business. I know it doesn't change the fact of zoning and all that, but I just realize that there's got to be a mechanism, a better way to say we have a development department, we have industrial property in town, and why not make those more attractive to say developers come on in, this is what we have a plan for, instead of sneaking around a corner down on East Summer Street where it's going to be all kinds of difficulty. The other part that I really get concerned about is budget-wise, that I know eventually to get traffic down there, that road is going to have to be, something has to be widened, something has to occur. It's going to encroach on the trail. It's going to encroach on the whole living area and the attraction. And that's one of my big concerns. It just draws away from what we're trying to build as a nice town and a community like Plantsville Village. So I don't know where the avenue is to make it better, but the town that I love, growing so nicely, and the people enjoy it, not only in town, but in other towns coming in. I have a feeling that this is going to take some really nice attraction down that trail, and it's going to kind of knock it to a loop, just because someone wants to have an industrial piece of property tucked in behind the woods that really could be attracted as a public open space, okay, of Goat Island, and make it a beautiful little area right off the trail and enhance the whole area. So I'm saying to myself, I'm pro-business, and if I'm an owner and I want to buy that piece of property because I think I got a great deal, and I'm saying, why don't we keep it as open space? Suggestion, is it possible to consider that the town would buy the property back, keep it as open space, and provide a financial incentive to the owner to go look at a better suitable, safer industrial location for the business that he wants to then promote for his own welfare and his own good and profit. So everybody wins in that regard. And that's really the story that I'm left with. Pro-business, but do it right and do it for everybody so you have a win-win. This way, it doesn't look like a win-win for everybody. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carbone, very much. Thank you. Okay, we're still in public communication. If anyone would like to speak. Yes. Thank you. We can't answer your question, Cynthia.
Oh, can Paul answer? Cynthia Martell again. Is that without approval of a swap for the open space to that property? Is that property landlocked? There's no access to that property without that swap?
The property has a proper access way at the north side, according to the site plan, so
Okay.
the furthest down the road, I guess, right?
Okay.
It has a proper access way, and from what I understood, they wanted to do this land swap with the open space because the current access way is like a sharper turn into the parcel, so they wanted to soften the turn. But we said, hey, you know, that's not what open space is for. We have open space to preserve open space. We're not going to trade that. So they will now have to use their current access way that they have.
Okay.
That's their property.
Thank
and
you
not
for
touch their open
clarifying.
space. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else come forward if you have a
Victoria Reed, 105 Claudia Drive. A recommendation has been made to pause the library construction project. I agree with this recommendation. From the beginning, concerns have been raised about the library project from the size, square footage, program space, aesthetics, sidewalks, parking spaces, and the size of the collection. The building committee has worked hard to address these concerns, but the concerns remain. A pause would allow time for all parties to get this right. Suggestions stating that additions could be added to the library in the future are optimistic, but not realistic. Residents want a library to reflect the pride they have in the town. In the current configuration, the library project falls short. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Sear, 266 Summer Street. About the 15 East Summer Street proposed development, I'm just afraid of like my foundation crumbling with all the heavy machinery that's gonna be coming down the pike, going through that area. When the snow plows go through, our houses shake in the wintertime. And I'm just thinking, hey, there's a lot of stuff that gotta be built there. You're gonna have to, crush the ground before they put the cement down. My next door neighbor just had a driveway put in. I thought my house was gonna fall apart. That's what I'm worried about, the heavy machinery, And if it's gonna be like a long time, a lot of heavy machinery all the time, that's all I'm worried about.
Deborah Casal, Mill Street.
Janice Walsh, 24 East Mountain Drive.
We're here about the library also. We both volunteer there.
And
I've
have
done
for
it for
several
12 years.
And it's very important to us.
We love our library, and what you're building is not what we voted for. We voted for 30,000 square feet. I would have never voted for it if it wasn't going to be that. My son's home is bigger than what you're adding on.
Somehow, it doesn't make sense to go forward with this without stopping to say, what are we doing here? We're spending all this money. We already had to give $1 million back to the state because the library wasn't big enough. Now, we're going to build a building that's too small, and from what the latest thing said, they can't add on to it. So what is the point of it all? Somehow, you can't just keep pushing it forward
can't.
without stopping to think.
I'm willing to work on petitions to stop it.
I don't
Get it
know
on
what
the
the best
referendum.
plan forward is, except
It's
to stop
wrong.
and say, what are we
We
really
voted
doing?
for 30,000 square feet, and personally, it's unattractive. And that's putting it nicely.
But it's worse that it's too small and then
Yes.
can't be added on to, so it's obsolete before it's even finished.
Mhm.
And the fact that we're still here after 3 hours shows how
Yes.
important it is to us. So, thank you.
It's past our bedtime.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'm back. This time I'll try to keep it under 5 minutes. If not, I have a replacement. Okay, before I begin, this is not about the building committee. They've done a good job with what they've been handed. Clearly, there's issues. They're doing what the council requested, which was to build a library. They've done their best. It has come to the point. They have tried to make lemonade out of lemons, but there are no more lemons. That's where we're at. A bit of history is needed here. In May and June of 2021, the Board of Finance, Planning and Zoning, and Town Council approved the library with a presentation of plans and reasons why we needed a new library, along with the $16.9 million price tag, not including the another $1 million from the state. There were several quotes at the time that need to be stated again. Town Council Chairwoman Triano on May 21st, 2021 stated they are trying to build a library that will meet the town's needs for decades. Board of Finance Chairman John Leary on June 10th, 2021 stated he, like Town Councilman Vice Chair Paul Chaplinsky, they were concerned about what the additional details regarding construction costs available, the $16.9 million might not be enough, and they were told they looked at through 2023, so the prices would be fine. Okay. So Mr. Leary went on to say, when we do a big project like this, I just want to make sure that we don't get the square feet we want, but we somehow, through value engineering, and we go cheap on some of the integral parts, then later on, everybody's shaking their head at what are we going to do to make something nicer? And yet, here we are shaking our heads. However, we can fix this with a pause and with a bipartisan bipartisan committee. The same thing happened in 1974. I don't know if you're aware of this. With the construction of the original library, an article detailing some of the issues then, library bungling spurs concerned about future municipal buildings. Then Councilman Joseph Calvanese showed deep concern about the public library now in the process of being built. He said the building is being below grade built and in a hole filled with water, and there are other flaws. Past his prologue here. If we do not learn from the mistakes of the past, we are going to be doomed to repeat them. And here we are. Now back to the present. As we move through the summer into the November 2021 election, the group who spearheaded the library was out in force on social media with videos, newspaper articles, and Southington Magazine touting that the $16.9 million plus the $1 million grant would get to town. More space for friends of the library, children's sections, teen section, common area, bookshelves, amongst many other amenities. This is what residents voted for. It was not the wording on the referendum, but the library would be getting for the $16.9 million plus the $1 million. Then this vote came with all the yes signs all over Southington. Not one no vote sign, not one. There was no opposition to this because they knew it was good for the town. This was a bipartisan effort up until Election Day with Joe Markley, Andy and Fran Mead, John Leary, Val DiPaolo, to name a few, making a video to gain support for the library. After Election Day, the bipartisan went away, and here we are. That went out the window. From the time of May of 21 to today, there have been at least 33 articles and several editorials. The common theme was a multiple and continuous problems from the library and how they have escalated. From the news of the cost increases, which was understood, then minimizing the space from 29 to 24,000 square feet, to the loss of the $1 million grant, to the reduction of the square footage again. Then playing a whack-a-mole with the Friends of the Library and the space they need to change to reduce the teen area and children's area as well as the bookshelf space. In January, when the reconfigured library, it was still over budget. Residents have felt betrayed as to what the library will be versus what they were told it would be. Friends of the Library upset because they are not getting the space that they were told they would get. Then the latest is to fundraise from the residents to make sure the difference, make up the difference, trying to use funds from the Friends in the Library group. After reading the comments from planning and zoning members in Todd Ritchie, a civil engineer with SRL Consultant, it is clear we need to pause. Commissioner Sulker said, when I first saw the building, the first thing I thought looks like a factory. Sulker said, when you first look at it, it doesn't fit the character of the town. It looks like a factory or a school building. Does nothing for me. Chairman Hammersley stated, I think, if I have to sit down, I will. You want to come up and finish, please? I had to sit up. But before I do, I want to hand this in for the record.
Sure.
These are all the articles. You guys can review this. A lot of good information.
Thank you, John.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Erin Coles, 60 Work Ave. Chairman Hammersley stated, I think there's nothing attractive about the building that I saw. To be blunt, he said, I agree, I don't like the way that this looks. The chairman was also critical of the proposed signage for the library. I think it's going to be bland. I think it's going to be ugly, he said. After the council was told a few months ago there would be 3 options to expand, this was stated by Todd Ritchie, most likely there's not going to be an expansion of this building. This is pretty much it for this site. So which is it? Can we expand in the future or not? It is time to pause and reassess where we are and what we are doing. If it means a new plan, then so be it. To date, the Board of Finance has not been asked to weigh in with financial ideas to assist with the cost. We all need to work together to figure this out, but first, the project needs to be paused. As John just stated, he's entering into the minutes, the 33 news articles, and editorials for the council to review for future generations to see that we pause the project to do what's right for the town. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Mary Baker, 50 Burning Tree Drive. So I'm a member of the library board, been there 3.5 years, and a member of the building committee, acting as a liaison to the board. So my comments are personal and not meant to be from either of those boards. I asked the council, town board members, and public to give the building committee a chance. The building committee has worked hard with the architect, asking many questions, which have been asked here in other meetings, on the design. The architect fully understands the importance of the presence of the library on Main Street. I mean, it's dear to all of us in town and on the committee. They've worked within our budget to make this a beautiful building. They're putting their name on this project, and the building committee members are putting their names on this project as well. And as you know, the library provides a tremendous service for town residents. Programs are held both inside and outside of the building. The staff has made many awesome connections across the community in support of that programming. So events such as a comedy show at Camp Slopers, dementia-friendly events at Bread for Life and the Barnes Museum, and the Veterans Coffee Hour at the Calendar House, to name a few. There's a long list. It's far-reaching, even outside of the building. Would we like a larger library? Sure. Would we like to have more money for the larger library? Definitely. We're working within our means and provide an exceptional library that the public will be proud of. The architects have provided a terrific floor plan, allowing a very flexible and highly functional space. The new library director, Matt Earls, hit the ground running and reviewed the floor plan, making changes to maximize that functionality. I've seen the work of the architect, existing libraries in Connecticut. I truly believe the public will be wowed by this building. It will address the noise concerns, provide ADA accessibility. It will have a Friends store right front and center of the library, on the main floor, not in the basement. Nothing else will be in the basement. The new building will have a hugely improved children's space. We've planned for outdoor space too. The library building will be both beautiful inside and out. You just wait and see.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else?
Hi, Kristen Ritchie of Chesterwood Terrace. I just want to make a few points on recent comments around town in regard to the library. The first one is parking. So parking is planned for the specific site and not for overflow from other buildings and uses in town. This is how site planning works and actually is common sense. The current parking is designed for 60% more cars than required by regulations, so there should be ample parking. Further, it is rare that the parking lot is even more than half full when the library is open. Second is the outside building design. I've heard it a lot here tonight. Obviously, how beautiful a building looks is in the eye of the beholder. Some people prefer traditional colonial style buildings and some like modern buildings. Honestly, is this so important? What is important is that the internal footprint is maximized to foster creativity and diversity in the community. This is a great design and we need to press forward. I'm a mom of young boys, and personally, I've taken my kids to neighboring town libraries because they're more equipped and fun for kids than ours is currently. Though I'm proud to say, thanks to our elementary teachers, my first grader has recently advanced his reading skills exponentially, and we've been to the library weekly for a few months now checking out books. We're very excited to have a new library in our town soon and to see the construction progress since my son is also obsessed with construction equipment. Can't get any better than that for us. No matter what the size is exactly or what the architectural details are, I know our community will be proud of what we approved and built. There are decades of accomplishments and memories to be made within those building walls. Now we just need to pick up the momentum and not pause the project. Thank you to the Library Building Committee for their continued hard work on this.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Madam Chair. My name is Mike Riccio, 124 Andrew Street. I do have 3 sets of handouts that if you guys could, if you could share those. I was running out of colored ink. What's being handed out right now are pictures of other libraries around the state, and I just wanted to read through them in order that you see them. The first is one of the Yale libraries. The second one is UConn Stores. The third is Central Connecticut State University, Westport, then Madison, Hartford, Glastonbury, Trinity College, a recent addition at Cheshire Academy, Wallingford, the town of Weston, the town of Bristol, the proposed, I don't know if it's been built yet, but the proposed library in Manchester, New Canaan, and these are the ones that I could find that were newly designed or newly built. And then the last one is actually DePaulo Middle School here in Southington, which would also be Kennedy. And the reason I'm showing you those, I'll address it here in a second, but they're all very modern, very contemporary. Historically, libraries have been I'm sorry if I'm yelling here, have been a place to foster forward thinking, new ideas, a place to learn, and a place to expand your horizons. They typically promote inclusion, culture, the arts, architecture, design, and a lot more. Because of their nature, which I've described, you will often find libraries having the same attributes in the design. They are atypical to their surroundings in style and character. They have expansive windows to make their interiors more inviting. They often express the ideas and uniqueness of the architect. Libraries will frequently have unique facades, roof pitches, angles, finishes, and textures, and you can see that in every single one, including our own DePaulo Middle School. And if you actually went to some of the new elementary schools, the designs of the elementary school libraries here in town are very similar to what I'm describing. In fact, it's rare in modern times to find libraries that fit into the architectural mold of the communities in which they sit, as is evidenced by the photos that I've presented. What I am suggesting is that the library, which has immediate and sudden attention, is fitting for buildings of similar use throughout the state and throughout the country. Southington is not unique in that regard. Our community has had over 2 years of public input at council meetings, building committee meetings, which I've been to and I've seen all 9 of you attend on more than one occasion. Planning and zoning meetings, and most importantly, a referendum which was supported by 67% of the voters. I myself lobbied for a much larger building, and in fact, even to save the existing one to be used for additional space. The fact is that at this time, we cannot afford it. We will be building a new and modern facility that we can expand when the funds allow and is flexible to meet our needs at the current time. It is unfortunate that the proposed structure was not properly represented at the planning and zoning meeting or in the local papers from a pictorial perspective. I thought it was actually unfortunate. They showed you a flat drawing and not a 3D drawing. I've seen the 3D drawings, and I think it's actually pretty nice. I did get a couple phone calls about concerns about what people saw in the newspaper, and I would have had the same reaction, but it's not truly representative of what's being proposed. It's time to let the professionals that we are paying a large sum of money to do their job, build a library as described above, and when the time is right and we can afford it, a future council and a future citizenry can approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Susan Zabahansky, Working Street. It's the library again. I did not vote for the library. My daughter is appalled at me for not voting for the library. I'm just going to put that on the record. However, at this point, government is government, and this is how it works. The people voted for 16.9 or 17 million, whatever was on the referendum. Again, I'm going to say it's not the plan. When you look at a referendum, you need to read the amount, and we can only build within that scale. To me, this whole thing, there's so many public hearings on how it looked. There was building committee meetings that people could have gone to. And now in the 11th hour, there's people acting like, and I hate to say this, but like kindergartners who didn't get their way. It's ridiculous to me that we have to listen to this over and over and take up town business on this. In a time when people are complaining we're not putting monies into the school system, how much can the taxpayers continue to fund in this town? I'm going to keep advocating for the taxpayer in this town because 80% of us, again, don't have kids in the school system. So, I mean, at this stage, you either take it back to referendum to say no library or spend $1 million on a library. But when you look at the library now, it is the ugliest thing I've ever seen for a library. This library that they're proposing is 1,000 times better. So to me, it's like a kindergarten. I want candy, and you give them a Kit Kat, and they wanted a Twix. You know what I mean? It's the usage of the space is going to be so much better than what it is now. It's just ridiculous that we have to continue to waste time bickering on this when we have bigger fiscal problems ahead of us. I do want to bring up one other thing. It was suggested by a member of a political town committee that we should have known that we were facing a proverbial fiscal cliff. So what is the suggestion here? Is the suggestion that we should have overtaxed the residents of Southington and put that in the town savings account? That's theft. You don't overtax for the what-ifs. That should never be on the table. I'd also like to mention that in the budget for the Board of Ed, there are 15 positions for psych and social workers that they're trying to carry forward that were specifically supposed to be one-time positions paid for by COVID funding, which we're calling this fiscal cliff. Their time was supposed to end, and now they're trying to extend that. There are also 32.8 teachers that were brought on for COVID. They're supposed to only catch kids up, and those are trying to be proposed forward, going forward. So to say that we didn't put any additional people into this budget is a lie to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Regina Coviello, 12 Beecher Street. Wasn't planning on talking, but after basically being called childish, I figured I'd come up here and talk. It's not being childish. I don't care whether the library, yes, no, but it's how it was brought out. And you have had many people on both sides say this. So it is not childish, because there are people that voted yes for something that they thought they were getting, and they're not. There are people that voted no that still would vote no. So I know there was a lot of work done, and I appreciate that. It's the bottom line of how it was presented. If it was presented differently, then I would understand. But it's how it was presented to the people. And I don't like being called childish.
Katie Wade, 39 Madeline Lane. So I'm going to speak about the ever-devolving library project. And I do appreciate everyone's hard work on the project. That's not actually a good reason to build this plan. And I am sorry if it's annoying that we want to take up time before we just move ahead and spend $17 million in taxpayer money, but I think we could take a minute. So when you look over the history of the project, warnings that this wouldn't be enough money to build the plan as presented prior to finalizing the wording of the referendum were ignored. The chairperson of the Board of Finance, as well as members of this council, did express their concern at the time that it wouldn't be enough money, and yet no one seemed to have advocated for increasing the referendum request. I understand that hindsight is 20/20, but it's actually not too late for us to fix it. So according to the Board of Finance at the time, 21, it seemed like the money for what we needed was there. Mr. Morrison from the Board of Finance, and I'm quoting, said, "We have the ability to fund it. I don't see as we would put any kind of burden on our taxpayers." So I don't understand why we can't pause this, send it back to the voters, see if they're willing to spend, a little more to get an appropriately sized library, the one that we can be proud of as a town. And as someone else has already said, the chairman of our Planning and Zoning Commission said there's nothing attractive about the building that's been proposed. We've heard that reduced parking won't be an issue. My kids go to Daranowski. I'm pretty sure if you polled the parents over there, or the people who use it for sports, that the parking will be an issue regardless of whether it should be included in the studies. It will be an issue. I think we know that an addition now won't be possible in the future. Is that right? So $17 million of taxpayer money on a library that doesn't adequately meet our current needs and can never be changed. Just pause the project. Councilman Morelli recently said that additions were never part of the building committee's purview. But last November, Councilman Morelli, you said that the building was located on a site where there's room for expansion, and you were quoted in the Record Journal saying that we can add on to it in the future. This is what people mean when they say that this process just hasn't seemed transparent. We're presented with building plans prior to referendum. Then instead of acknowledging that the project is going sideways, we're told that the plans weren't the plan. I believe this project was entered into in good faith. I genuinely do. But it's concerning when we can't admit that we've made a mistake. Like, at this point, doesn't seem to be anyone who isn't like financially interested in building the library, who's happy with the project, right? Like, who doesn't have a financial interest, I should say. So just pause it, right? The time to acknowledge that this isn't working is before we break ground. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vice Chairman.
Paul Champagne, 62 Russell Road, Millville, Connecticut. I am the vice chair of the building committee for the library. And I'd just like to say there's a lot of innuendo today saying this can't be done and that can't be done. It can support additions. And it was not part of the building committee to do additions. It was to build with the money we have, to build the best we can with our building professionals. Moving on to pause this library, we've already heard from the contractor to delay this as little as a year could cost an extra $1 million at the same size. We know that it's about $24 to $25 million to get up to 30,000 square feet, because that was presented also. So we have looked at all this, and we've taken a direction. We came back to the council and showed them 3 additions that can be put on to add 13,000 square feet. To say to pause this and bring it, even if you're thinking to bring it back to referendum, you're gambling with $17 million that it's going to pass. I don't think we should be gambling with the town's money that's proved it. We should be saying, thank God we have this money. And I am old enough to know about the old library because I worked on it in 1974. So it's not near repairable. It needs to be taken down. You'd put more money into it to add on to it. So I just want to say, I hope the council understands our situation where we have X amount of money. And one other thing is, to get a state grant wouldn't have added more money to the project. It would have just reduced the debt to the town. So it's not going to be 17 million, 18 million. It was always the same amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anybody else like to speak? Going once, going twice. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that very much. My agenda. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I've got all kinds of stuff here. Here it is.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I just pass this to be included in the record? There are emails that the entire council received
I have
in
one that
regards
I need
to
also, so.
the library, and Jackie Wilmetz at the last meeting sent us, or after the last meeting, she sent us an email that she wanted read into the record.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's move on. Public communication, we closed public communication. Action on the the report of finance, item A, under old business.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the April 12th, 2023 Board of Finance minutes.
Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Dietzick,
Yes.
Lombardi,
Yes.
Morelli. Yes. Palmieri,
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Chaplinsky.
Yes.
Del Santo.
Yes.
DiPaolo.
Yes.
Triano.
Yes. Item B, action on the Southington High School partial roof replacement resolution.
Motion to approve as presented earlier by the town manager.
Second, Madam Chair.
Very good. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Dietzick,
Yes.
Lombardi,
Yes.
Morelli. Palmieri.
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Chaplinsky.
Yes.
Del Santo.
Yes.
DiPaolo.
Yes.
Triano.
Yes. Item C, action on the recommendation for the Patton Brook Generator Platform Project.
Does that need a specific approval to the contractor?
You just say approved as presented by the manager.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented by the manager. Second.
Very good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Item D, action on the recommendation for the phosphorus removal building catwalk extension project.
Madam, I'll make a,
Motion to approve as stated by the manager.
And you second it,
Second,
Val?
sure.
Very good. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Item E, action on the recommendation of the Judd Brook Force Main Air Release Valve Replacement Project.
So moved, Madam Chair. Motion to approve, sorry.
Do I have a second, Val? Did you
Sure.
second it? Thank you so much. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Item F, Procurement Committee discussion. Would someone like to open this up?
Madam Chair, I guess I don't mind starting it. I sent a letter to the entire council trying to create a procurement committee. Obviously, we're up against a fiscal cliff. And again, a fiscal cliff isn't just based on revenues and how we're spending and whatnot, but we have increases. And our spending, we should watch how we're doing it. And again, we have bids brought to us as a council, and I voted against the last one where, again, we had 4 contractors and we approved all of them. In my opinion, that's not a competitive bid process because we hired the most expensive contractor and the least expensive contractor. So I would love to see our town stretch our dollars. This is a way that we could do it. It's always about cuts. Sometimes you can't cut. It's kind of like a lot of people have gotten rid of cable and they're now streaming. They're still getting what they want, but also stretching their dollars. So I know this is a way that, we could save a lot of money. Our town's budget is what, $175 million almost, and we don't have a procurement department, and you look at other towns of our size. So again, getting a team together to, look at how we're currently writing our bid specs, our bid bonds. I don't think I ever see any performance or bid bonds in most of our bid specs. And again, we could streamline the process instead of it coming to the council and then me making my recommendations and then, or asking to table something. This is something that will streamline that and could work with corporate counsel to make our bidding practice more fair, open, and transparent, and we're not picking and choosing contractors. And this will, again, make it equal.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to discuss?
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Val.
No, please.
Just very briefly, I just wanted to thank Annette Turnquist and Mark for putting this together so quickly, the proposal. And I do think it's a good idea to have a procurement committee. Other towns do have these committees. I agree with Councilor Perry that, this could at some point have some cost savings, to the town. I think the idea of the software possibility, that's not only going to help us as the town, but I think it will help contractors that are bidding on these projects, over time, be in a system. So I think there's some benefit there. The only issue that I saw that I just wanted to raise, and I did send, I know my email was in the packet, all of our 7 subcommittees that would not want to see that. I think we really need to have representation from both sides. And I think it's a good, opportunity.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing to point out is that, the town does have a documented policy in place currently. So I don't want the public to think that, we're just awarding contracts nilly-willy here. There is a documented procedure that the town manager and other department heads utilize to go out to bid. And I'm certainly not opposed to the idea of having a committee. I think it's probably a good idea. But the one area where I do have concern is the last sentence in, I'm referencing the memo that was sent to the town council from Mr. Shota and the Director of Public Works. The issue I have with the memo is the last sentence in the first paragraph, where it talks about the committee having authority to review the bids and have input on the bids. I think that should be removed altogether for the sole purpose of unintended political influence. I don't think bidders should be going to politicians and saying, oh, can you review my bid? I think it's good that we review the policies, the documents, give input onto that. Certainly looking into a software system is solid. I like that idea. But I don't think that the elected officials should be involved in selecting bids.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
So, number one, we're not facing a fiscal cliff. We heard tonight from our chairman of the finance board. So we're not facing a fiscal cliff. Number two, I have more questions than answers with regards to this committee, so I'm not ready to make a decision. As you know, as we all know, we had a pretty heavy meeting tonight. So I've been focusing on the budget and the library situation, so I haven't really delved deep into this procurement committee. So I'm not ready to make any decisions tonight. I'm just one person. I just want to get it out there that I wouldn't be supportive of it tonight. I'm not saying that it's a bad idea. I'm just saying I haven't weighed the pros and the cons just yet to make a formidable decision tonight.
But yes, Jim?
Mike, I have similar feelings. I'd like to know how much we're going to actually save. I think this is really going to complicate the matter more than it's going to solve problems. The example that you used, Jack, saying that we hired 4 contractors, makes it sound like we just go out and willy-nilly hire contractors. Those contractors were chosen because we need backups in case of emergency in a snowstorm. And they have posted their capabilities and requirements. So it's not like we just said, oh, 4 guys, we're going to hire you to plow snow. So my opinion is that we have checks and balances, we have the committees already, and I don't understand why we don't trust the managers that we have and the committees that we have. Now, do we make a mistake on $5 or $25 in a dumpster? Maybe we do. What is the advantage of having this complication to an already successful bidding project? That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Madam Chair?
Yeah?
So to answer or to correct Councilman Morelli, the bid I was referring to was the on-call construction work. A bid went out, it's the
Same
last.
thing, Jack. It's an emergency. And
No,
you
it's
got
not.
3 guys
Hang
that
on,
have
Madam Chair,
jobs.
I have the floor. So that is 4 contractors to do a project, and we're using on-call contractors, and I'm gonna call it à la carte. They were giving a bid package saying how much to do a catch basin, how much to put in a lateral at this depth, and what are these prices? It doesn't give you a scope of how much work you will get. Any detailed bid project usually says, hey, there's 100 catch basins, this many laterals, these are the depths, this is the dollar amount that will encompass the whole project. Then you look at it and say, what bidders can do that project and get it done for the most bang for our buck? Instead, we had a project that we're using on-call contractors for, and I don't think that is the right way of doing it. And the argument was, well, we need to get all these catch basins done before July 1st when Tilcon comes in to pave the roads. So again, that is using an on-call plumber, I guess to say, to remodel your whole bathroom. You don't do that. So again, us using a bid practice that is using on-call contractors to do a project, we are not doing it right. I've been part of so many other towns' procurement processes by being a vendor. And again, our process, even town staff in this memo, they said that this would help streamline the process. So I know at the council meetings, we say, hey, we got to rely on our town staff. Town staff did their research and they said this is a good thing. And now politics are being played, and I will call it what it is, because I'm a Democrat, you guys are the Republicans, I get it, you guys won the majority, we're in the minority. But what is right. And this is something that, again, will streamline it. It will not, and you have the town staff stating that this is something they want to see. And as elected officials, you guys are trying to slow it down. And Councilman Del Santo stated that there's a lot on the agenda, I get that, but this is something I mentioned a couple meetings ago. We had this packet in our last meeting, so any of the public can go out and see the meeting minutes that this is the second time this is in our thing. And I was hopeful that, again, politics wouldn't be played, especially when we're up against a fiscal cliff and we'd be stretching the dollar. So again, I know this is something that will work. Town staff even put it in writing that this is something they're encouraging. And again, we're playing politics at the council level with taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Well, I would have an issue with that, but I will leave that alone. Annette, did you want to address anything here? Did you want to speak? I saw you move.
Well, I thought there might be a question. I thought I'd move closer. In general, I mean, I think the procurement committee certainly couldn't hurt. You have more eyes on the bids. There's always different ways of doing things. You know, some fresh ideas maybe would be a good idea. I think the software would be helpful. I looked into it a bit. There are a million different options, but a lot of them do very useful things. I would like to look into that. You know, right now, if we have a bid, we get a lot of phone calls for, what was the previous bid 3 years ago? You know, there are several places we have to look for that. We get multiple phone calls with the same thing. You know, if there was like a centralized location, which is one thing this software does, that would be useful. And some of them handle things such as, you know, insurance certificates. We get insurance certificates from contractors, and we have to keep track of when they expire, and we have to notify them. This, you know, one of them I saw will actually notify the contractor for us. They upload it. It takes some of the legwork away. And just to clarify the drainage bid, because I think I left last time before there were some questions. We did get 4 bids for that, and we did accept all 4 bidders. But just to clarify, just in case there's a misunderstanding, we don't really know how many catch basins or what the exact issues are going to be. A lot of times we do know what roads we're going to be working on, you know, plus or minus a few. For example, this year, some of the roads we planned to work on, we had to kick down the road a little bit because the water department has a project plan, so you don't want to pave it before they go in and do work. So there are always a few changes. But in the spring, once we have the list finalized, my highway park staff goes out and they inspect every single catch basin. Sometimes they don't need anything. Sometimes they just need a new top. Sometimes they need a complete rebuild. Other times you only have to rebuild, you know, the first couple feet. And that's why we itemize the bid the way we do. So once we identify what each catch basin needs, we go through and we basically price each catch basin with each contractor's price. And we're not going to award catch basin by catch basin because we'd have contractors jumping all over town. We award by the street. But we do try to take the lowest bid on each street when we can. I mean, across the board, if the same contractor was low on everything, we just have too much work for one contractor to do. So we do usually use 3. Yeah, we haven't done those numbers yet this year, so I don't know if we'll need 2, 3, 4. But that's why we do that bid the way we do. We don't always know exactly what we're going to have.
Thank you. Annette.
Sure.
Chair, can I ask?
Yes, of course.
So I have a hypothetical question for you.
Okay.
So let's say that we go out to bid for catch basin repairs.
Mhm.
And we have the lowest best bidder because he has the best machinery and he's got the lowest price. And we say, he's our guy. And then the road blows out on West Crane Street on a Friday night at midnight. And you call that guy and he says, well, I'm really sorry, but my whole staff is bowling somewhere. They're not going to come in. Then what do? You need to have a backup, no? So you have 3 or 4 contractors that you could go down a list, and you say, this is the first choice, he's the lowest. If he's not available, I got somebody else. This is why I have a problem with Mr. Perry's example. I don't have a problem with going for low bids. What I have a problem with is to say that you or our departments willy-nilly give bids to all these people because we just give bids. That's not a true statement. You guys do your homework, and you bid appropriately. But there may be occasions where you'll have to pay a premium to have somebody come out and do a job because you have a problem.
I mean, having a backup is a good idea in an emergency situation.
Close the street for a week until we wait for backup.
Right, and as far as, you know, you mentioned the snow bids, we do accept all the contractors for plowing. We don't necessarily use them all. We use them in low to high
You call
order.
the most expensive one in first?
We call the lowest ones first, but we've also had circumstances where our low bidder was not able to get the insurance that they needed. So it was good that we did accept everybody because we had to move down the list.
That's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Madam Chair, I have one question. So Councilman Morelli mentioned emergency road repairs with water main breaks. Is that what it was?
That was my example, Jack.
So that's a
Like that
different
one.
contract,
Just
though.
make it
Is that correct? So it's not the same
Sanitary
contractors.
sewer is separate. Water would be handled by the water
So that
department.
type
This
of
is
emergency
drainage.
in the middle of the night, there's a current bid for that, correct?
There's a separate bid for sanitary sewer, and I imagine the water department has similar bids for their
So it
department.
wouldn't be the same contractors based on this bid. Thank you.
This is generally storm drainage.
Anybody else?
And just quickly, I mean, looking at, I mean, you put together the recommendation, the report, based on what, you know, we asked. What are your feelings about it? Do you think that if it's a committee that's in place, maybe policies are looked at, software is looked at, that this is something that could help you as staff, could help bidders, could help the town? I mean, is it a benefit to the town, I guess is the
I
bottom line.
think it's a benefit in streamlining the process. I've been with the town 15 years. I know a lot of our bids, when they went out, you had to come down to the engineering department and get a paper copy. We have evolved from that and we post things online. But I know the online notification system, I think, is done by email. So that might be a little cumbersome. Like I said, we get a lot of phone calls and we have to find information that we can find, but it's not right at our fingertips. I think having a centralized location would be maybe clearer for the contractors who are accessing the information and clearer for town staff. I mean, it might even be easier for us to go back and reference things more quickly than we can now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Sure. Go ahead.
Just a question. Your comment about streamlining, Annette, to Councilperson DePaulo's question. When you talk about streamlining, you're talking about the software suggestion.
Yes.
The software proposal could make it streamlined. And I think the town manager, I think we've had staff already look at other communities, maybe your staff, and that has started to look at other community software and starting to do some investigation into that.
We sent Mr. Baker to Wallingford.
Exactly. So I'm all set, Annette, on your side. If anybody has
Okay.
questions, I just wanted to add a couple more.
You're all set with me?
So
Okay.
I have
Unless
one
any
question. I guess I have one question. So how often are bid specs looked at and obviously changed based on the town, the size growing and our needs? Are we constantly changing every bid spec? Because, again, that's where some of the stuff, my concern is, again, I get the notifications and I see some of the same bid specs for the last 15 years. So again, how often are we looking at it as a team maybe? Because when I was on the Apple Harvest Committee, I helped redo the bid specs for the trash. I didn't bid it, but I knew that it wasn't being put out there properly. So I helped revamp the specs, and they're still using it. I still don't bid that because I feel there's a conflict because I helped with that. So how often is the town looking at things that, we currently have going out to bid? Are we changing them every time?
Not every time. We look at them, a lot of our on-call bids are 3 years, or you can extend it year by year if mutually agreeable. And a lot of them, I'll update the information. For example, you said the trash bid, I'll update the list that goes with it with, what each facility needs. Their needs might change over those 3 years. But as far as, all the detailed information, it's reviewed. It's not often changed. Not saying it couldn't be, or, if we did have a committee in place, that they wouldn't have good suggestions to change it. I mean, I assume in some cases too, there wouldn't be any changes. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But, it'd be a give and take.
Is there a reason why we don't do bid bonds or performance bonds in most of our bids?
It depends on the particular bid.
We do, matter of fact, we actually do, not performance bonds, we do bid bonds quite often. And then performance bonds, less of a thing, because performance bonds are a little different, because when you're paying person as they work for you, you don't really need a performance bond, because if they don't do the work, you don't pay them. But bid bonds we have occasionally. It's a balancing act. It's got to be a major bid for us to ask for performance and bid bonds, because what it does is it brings up the cost. So, obviously, when they go out to bid for the library and they go out to bid for our buildings, all of those will be bid bonds and performance bonds.
Go ahead, Paul.
Just, I do have a couple items, but nothing for Annette, so if anybody else has anything for Annette.
Thanks, Annette.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. I would just like to, first of all, I don't think we should be afraid at making improvements. So, I support looking for new ideas and looking for new improvements, and if there's ways that we can change our bidding process, if there's new software that we can do, I personally think that it's good to explore that. So I definitely support the continuous improvement. I do have some questions. Do we know, for example, and I don't know if Jack or the town manager, how many bids are we talking about? How many are in play here? Do we know the specifics about if it's, are we talking about 100, or are we talking about 5? Are we talking about 10 typically?
You're probably in the 40s a year.
40 bids a year?
Yeah.
And what's the spend on that?
What's the what?
Spend in those?
Spend? Well, when you do things like snow removal, it could be anything from 100,000 to 500,000, 600,000. We do things, we do the streets every year. We just mentioned the ones that you do. Other departments do it. The sewer department puts out bids for projects. So everything's a little bit different. And when we do a major project, when a town does a major project like the sewer plant, we have a lot more bids. So I would say you're averaging about 40 a year. Most of them are relatively small, but they're all bid.
And are any of those 40, do they go to the Easy IQ system?
A lot of them do. Yeah. But I still qualify those as bids.
Yeah.
What you're doing is, you go through the bid process and you say, okay, you do Easy IQC, that's still a bid in my mind because
But
you're using the state system.
Right, but that's already predetermined. Those bids are known. We
Part of
don't
the
actually
40 I
send it
just
out to
talked about.
bid. If we want to use Easy IQ, which we do a lot,
Correct.
those are pretty much done without a quote-unquote bid.
Right, but
They're pre-bid.
Under our rules, that's still a bid.
Yes. And so how many of the 40 typically go through Easy IQ? You know, okay. Well, let me ask you this.
Tonight, I can't take a
It's
guess.
11 o'clock, yeah, I know. I would just suggest, I'm with Tom. I think that, we have to learn, we gotta know a little bit more. I don't like the idea of, I don't wanna have big government looking at bids beforehand, politicians looking at bids beforehand, when our professionals look at them, and then they come to the boards already for a final review. So for me, I like the exploratory committee approach, versus a permanent committee. But I think we just need some more time to evaluate what the impact would be. And I think, maybe we have some suggestions and talk at the next meeting about the specifics on how to do something. It'd be great if we could have, Mark, a little bit more information about, total number of bids, if we look at the last few years, what was the volume of bids, number, value, how many go through Easy IQ? Because I don't think those we really can do a whole lot about. There's a process that the state, that CROG puts together for that, and we benefit from those, and it's a pretty
Easy IQC,
streamlined.
Remember, there's the CROG bids, which are Easy
Correct.
IQC. We also use the
Up to the
state bid.
50,000,
You-
the
for
state bid.
for office furniture and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But that's all bids, you're asking.
Correct, exactly. So I'd like to know what the breakdown is of those so that we can understand, what is the potential impact here? And then, the software thing I think is a great idea, Annette, and I'm glad that we've started to look at that. And also at the Public Works meeting, we started to talk about some of these as well. I would just like to see a little bit more of the picture and then, maybe for me, I'm a situation, complication, resolution type of guy. So I want to know what's the real situation? What's the complication and the problem that's occurring? Is it, is it bonding? Is it not bonding? And then from a resolution perspective, it doesn't necessarily have to be one solution. It could be multiple solutions, or it could be an adaptation of the proposal that we see here. So my proposal would be, let's answer some of these questions, come back at the next meeting, and hopefully, or future meeting, whenever the chair decides to. So I'll make a motion to table.
We have some work.
Well,
Actually,
to
it's not on
add,
for action.
well,
Sorry,
to add.
It's not up for action yet.
To add on that, Mark, would you be able to also maybe get with your department heads and see if we could put more items out to bid? Is that something, again, if we have a different process or trying to streamline using the software, is it a less of a burden? Because right now, there's certain things that we only have to get 3 quotes for, up to 50,000 for.
Under $10,000 if it's a straight bid, and then if it's professional service, under $50,000.
So again, that may be an opportunity that, again, instead of just calling 3 contractors or 3 vendors, there may be opportunity to put more items out to bid, and using this software will, again, instead of getting 3 quotes and town staff having to call people, this may be an opportunity to maybe get 6 quotes.
So whatever.
I think-
And what's the scope as well? Are we talking about just government? Are we talking about Board of Ed projects as well? Are we talking about sewer projects as well? It doesn't say in here.
If it's a policies and procedure of the town council, it's everything under your jurisdiction. Which would
In most purchasing departments in any town, it's everything with the purchasing.
Under your jurisdiction.
So sewer,
Yeah,
Board of Ed?
everything, but I think our water department operates in its own entity.
I sent a copy of of our memo also to the superintendent, because one of our recommendations was to have his director, budget director on there, office manager on there, so therefore, and I didn't see any negative input at this point. So.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
So Jack, I think there's a groundswell of interest. How it's going to all be defined will probably be the next time we discuss it, once Mark gets the information and we can have that. I think that's good. Okay, let's move on. Library discussion, imagine that.
If I could begin, Madam Chair. First of all, we sent a request to you and want to thank you truly for adding this to the agenda tonight. I'd like to begin, just for the residents that are here, reading this into the record, and then I can submit a copy for the clerk. So, Chairwoman Triano, we are writing to reiterate our continued concern about the library project. These concerns are rapidly and inexplicably becoming a reality for our community. In response to a groundswell of support for our position, we are formally requesting that you call for an immediate vote to pause the Southington Library construction project to allow for further public discussion on the path forward. As members of the Town Council, we have received a number of phone calls, emails, and messages from Southington residents with concerns about the project, including, but not limited to, the size of the library, look and character of the building, and possible expansion options. We ask that this be added as an agenda item at our next meeting. Again, thank you. As you are aware, at the recent Southington Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, a number of the commissioners made negative comments related to the project. For example, Planning and Zoning Commission Chair Bob Hammersley said, "There's nothing attractive about the building that I saw. To be blunt, I don't like the way this looks." Commissioner Bob Salka stated, "When I first saw the building, the first thing I thought about is it looks like a factory. It doesn't fit the character of the town." Regarding the issue of possible expansion, we are now hearing that there will not be expansion opportunities for this building. Todd Ritchie, a civil engineer with SLR Consulting, stated at a recent Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, "Most likely there's not going to be an expansion of this building. This is pretty much it for the site." At a recent Town Council meeting, when our questions were being answered relative to the project, we were told there were 2 to 3 possible expansion opportunities, anywhere from 2,000 up to 5,500 square feet. This is a matter of fiscal responsibility. The current plan will deliver significantly less than voters expected for their tax dollars when the referendum was approved. Despite the actual referendum language, when voters approved this project, residents were told that the library project would be nearly 30,000 square feet. The present plan is only 3,000 square feet larger than the current library. In closing, the town must develop and construct a library that will meet the needs of our community today and for many decades to come. Working together in a bipartisan manner, the Town Council can then regroup and plot a new course to address the legitimate concerns that have surfaced over the last few months. And it's signed myself, Val DiPaolo, and Councilman Jack Perry. So with that, again, out of respect for everyone here tonight, it's after 11 o'clock. I'd like to make a motion to add this to the next meeting for action. So not tonight, but to the next meeting for action. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Open for discussion?
And what's
Madam
the
Ch- Oh, go ahead, Paul. Before we've taken the vote too, I just want to, I want to thank everybody who has remained here tonight, everybody who has spoken on the library issue. It is such an important issue for our town, and, the building committee for doing the work that they've done so far. So, but I agree. I mean, with the late hour, if we could all be fresh and have a really
For
good.
such an important issue.
It's such an important issue. There are so many points that, I would like to make, and I just think at a council level, it would be really nice if we could have a good discussion on it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We're in discussion.
Can I ask for clarification on what the
Yes.
motion is? Is the motion to move discussion item G to the next agenda, or is the motion to have a action item on the next
The
agenda?
motion's to ask for an action on the library project at the next meeting. That's what we originally were requesting in the first place. The discussion, it was great tonight. And again, out of respect to everyone here and the public, we're asking for now action at the next meeting, not tonight.
May I ask, what is the specific action you're looking for, Chris?
To pause the
Pause the
project,
And how long of a pause are you requesting?
well, that's up to the council to decide. That's what
You
we
don't have
wanna
a
discuss.
proposal for it?
That's what we want to discuss a little bit further.
And so you want to, I just want to be clear, you want to have a pause to allow further public input? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you said in your memo? I think that's what it said.
Well, there could be further public input, but also discussion amongst the council members as well.
We have time to discuss it right now. I mean, why wouldn't we discuss it now?
Well, I'm just saying, Paul, I think people are tired.
Right.
Everybody's tired. It would be,
And-
it's such an important issue that we discuss, because those are the questions. If we're asking for a pause, how long would the pause be? What would be the process during the pause? What would the cost be associated with pausing this? There are so many questions and great information from the people that spoke tonight. So
And
we
it-
just
it-
need to, I think we just need to be fresh on this because it is such an important issue for our town right now.
I would agree with that, and I think it's important us as a council, regardless if you want the project to move forward or not, I think us as elected officials, we're elected to do what we feel is right, and I think us all taking a stance after hearing from so many residents is the right thing to do.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Tom.
Well, I appreciate the opinions of Councilman Palmer. I'm not in favor of moving this item out. We have another 50 minutes if we need to discuss it right now. Like everyone said, this is too important of an issue. The Whiting Turner, the contractor for this project, opens their bids on June 1st. And the last thing I want to do is send the message that we are not going forward with this project. Because if we do go forward, if we do pause this project, all that's going to happen, I've heard from a lot of residents as well, who are opposed to the project, don't want to spend another dollar for it, and we have an obligation to build a library that's going to be great for a long, long time. And to compare 24,300 square feet of a new library versus the 21,000 square feet of the old library, off the bat is just not accurate, okay? So this will be a significant increase in size, and it's going to be beautiful. I mean, at first, it was the library was too small. Now it's too ugly. So these are just, I think that this is a political game being played. $16.9 million. I think we move forward with the project. If we pause it, somebody tonight said fix this with a pause. The only thing that a pause is going to do is make this library smaller and more detrimental for the town. So I say, let's have the discussion right now and send a message to the contractor that we're going to go out to bid on June 1st, and the library is going to be great for our future.
So just in response to that, yes and yes, those are two examples of why we're asking for a pause in the project. So you just pointed out two examples just in your statement itself. This is the original presentation that was shared with the public. And right above the 16.9 million, right on the first opening slide, is approximately 29,900 square feet.
What's that first word there on your page? What does that say?
A new freestanding library.
The title.
The first
The title.
word is
No, the
new
first- the
freestanding.
What does it say? What does it say, Chris? The title?
Preliminary
Concept
concept.
sketch.
And was there a reference to 30,000 square feet in the referendum?
We mentioned that specifically in the letter, that although the language is not in the
Was not.
referendum itself, and we clearly said that, there was intent for a $30,000 square foot building.
There's a lot of intent, but we have to build the library that was approved by the voters. And if we wait, it's gonna be more detrimental, and we're gonna get a smaller library or no library at all. I'm not willing to gamble with the $17 million, as was stated previously.
And that's
So
our problem.
I'm not, my opinion won't change from this meeting to next. And like I said, I don't want to send a message to the architect and the construction manager that we are not moving forward.
Here's the question so by charter, we have to, right now, by charter, we must build a $16.9 million library. We must. The voters voted to build $16.9 million and remove the old library. That is our charge right now. My question is, for those of you who have made a motion in a second to pause, are you willing to risk the current plan at 16.9, because we've heard that the building committee and the architect have determined that if we go past June 1st, before sending the bid out, we start to then use more money of the architect's firm up front, which means less money to build the project, which means a smaller building. So are you willing to risk that plan, the $16.9 million plan, in favor of delaying and possibly maybe you're going to make a motion to go out for another referendum? And if that referendum doesn't passes, and we're 6 months later, we still build a $16.9 million library, except it's going to be 18,000 square feet. So are you willing to risk that? That's my question to you.
Well, Paul, it's a risk either way. We're trying to build a library that's sufficient for the future, not We're, even part of our discussion is talking about expansion and whether or not we can expand or not expand.
You guys
Because
brought that up all the time. We didn't. Expansion's your idea. Can I, Madam Chair, can I make a?
Yes, please, please.
I'd like to put to rest some of the misconceptions. So, Ms. Wade, if you're still here, we can potentially add on to the building. So, as the vice chair stated, we had, at our 3/14 town council meeting, DRA, the architect, came back and they said that they have a level of confidence, they didn't say for sure, that you could expand to the north, 3,300 feet, you could expand to the east, 5,500 square feet, and you could do a two-story addition to the south for 2,300 square feet. So that's not off the table, number one. Number two is, as everybody said, all the professionals that are associated with this project keep telling me we can't stop, we can't stall, because every day is dollars. We're about 2 weeks away from going out to bid, and we can't go out to bid until the architect finalizes all the changes that we made to cut costs, to be within the budget. There was some concern about what happens if it comes way over budget. We hired professionals that are experienced at building commercial buildings, libraries in general, all around the country. They have intel like we don't have. They tell me that they're within a small factor of the number. So we already know we're still on it. As of the last meetings, we weren't at 16.9. We were still about $400,000 off, and that's after we're going to use some old furniture. We made some creative ideas. The whole goal for this building committee was to build a 24,000 square foot building, no less. So I want to say we're at 24.3 with a very flexible layout. The talks about it being inadequate and not good for the future, the current library is about 15 years past its life. It had about a 30-year life expectancy when it was built. This building will have a 50-year plus life expectancy with much more efficient utilities. So the cost to run this library will be less, it'll last longer. It was designed to be flexible and convertible. And again, if we have to add on to it, it won't be a big, huge deal to add on to it. So again, there's a cost associated with every day we delay. That's a given. Some people say it's 5 to 6%. Some people say it's $1 million over a year. You can calculate it 6 ways from Sunday, but the real issue is that it comes down to about 115 square feet a month for the construction cost. There's still soft costs to go with that. You have to pay the architect to modify the plans, and you have to pay the construction manager to go out to bid. So you're not even gonna get that 115 feet, you're gonna get less. I'm sorry, it'll be reduced by more, because there'll be less money to pay for space. We have 3 other things that are in our advantage right now that we will lose. So one of the things that's in our advantage is that we have a seasonal advantage, because our plans are to break ground in July and have the thing closed in by November, December. We will be working through the winter months inside. So if we stall, we won't be closed in for the winter. And that could increase costs again. There are other big projects in play right now in the state, and there is a lot of interest in this library. I was told that if we go out to bid and we pull the bids and go back again, we're gonna lose a lot more money because contractors don't wanna do 2 bids on a job. So they're excited to bid the job now. We'll get good numbers now. But if we go back and say, hey, wait a minute, we're gonna change the siding, we're gonna add this, we're gonna add that, they may not be interested in bidding again. Or they might say, well, we'll just throw a number on it because if we get it, we get it. So we are in a pretty favorable position to build the biggest library we can build with the latest technology we can put in it. And we're gonna risk making it smaller, because we have the money now to build, it's only gonna get smaller. And I've tried to do some rough calculations, and to add 6,000 square feet, I think you gotta go back for a referendum of no less than 4 million, probably more like 6 million. And I don't know that the town has the appetite for that, especially with the budget system, the way, the budget issues the way they are. We're arguing about 600,000 for the Board of Ed, and we're gonna go ask for 4 or 5 or 6 more million to expand the library? And if we don't get it, we're 3, 4, or 5 months down the road, and we'll be at 18,000 square feet, not 24.
Does anybody
Madam
have
Chair,
any?
just Jim, quickly on that, too. We had the Board of Finance members ask, or encouraging us to come to them. So I don't know that it's only a special referendum that we would have to go to.
Well, in all honesty, Val, if we get over 1 million, we have to go to referendum, right?
I mean, I'm saying going to the Board of Finance and asking.
So, again, in all honesty,
You couldn't-
we're hoping that we can go back to the Board of Finance for computers and
We
desks here.
can't, we cannot go to the Board of Finance. That's illegal. We only can build the 16.9. That's it. There's nothing else we can do.
You couldn't get
I-
more local, you can't get any more local money for it.
So I guess if I could I just want to make a couple points then. For me, the bottom line is, we are then, if we can continue to move forward, we're continuing to move forward to build something that we know is not going to meet the needs of our community.
But how
We
can you
talk-
say that?
Jim, we listen to you, so let us speak as well. We are a growing, we hear it all the time, we're a growing community. And we have, we have houses being purchased, we have people coming into the community. So if we're a growing community, we have more families coming in, more individuals coming in. It's clear that a 24,000 square foot library does not meet the needs of our community. So as a council, I don't feel that we're being, I feel like it's not a great investment for our taxpayers because we know we're putting up something. I agree with Mary Baker when she says it will be nice, it will be a nice building, it will be flexible and things like that, but it still will not meet the needs of our community. So for me, that kind of is the bottom line here. Are we really being fiscally responsible? If we pause it, we're not looking to pause it for a huge amount of time. We're looking to see if there are other opportunities. The expansion issue, we just have been receiving conflicting information. I agree, Jim. We received the information from the committee that there were expansion possibilities. At the planning and zoning meeting, it was said that this building would not be expanded. So.
But that was a personal opinion, that wasn't a professional
Okay,
opinion.
well, that wasn't
It's
clear.
still
It
a
was
public
said at a public meeting. So if there's expansion opportunities, that's fine. But it raises a red flag that we haven't put the building up yet, and we're talking about what are the expansion possibilities? So, that's.
Just another example, and I'll submit, I have 2 more letters that I can submit to the record rather than read them tonight. Thinking about our population and square footage of a library with towns in close proximity to us. So except for Enfield, our population roughly 43,500, we're proposing 24,000 square feet. Enfield, 42,000 and change, their library is 20,000 and change square feet. Glastonbury, 35,000, their square footage is 36,997. Groton, 38,000 population. Their square footage is 36,800. Middletown, 47,000 population, 45,000 square feet. Norwich, 40,000 population, 40,000 square feet. Shelton, 41,000 population, 28,930 square feet. Trumbull, 36,950 population, square footage 38,576. And Wallingford, their population roughly 44,000, their square footage is 68,000. Again, this is such an important project. We know how long this project has been waiting to get approved, and we want to do it right. And I think we're all united in that. I know Mike's here. I've heard a plan from Mr. Riccio about using the existing building. I think back to the arts building downtown, and tear that building down and look at what a beautiful arts building that is. So what if we did look at the existing library and expand it? I mean, there are other opportunities that were presented after we went to referendum. And that's from both sides of the aisle, some of these suggestions. That's why we're saying we want to do it right. And if we pause this, we can take the time to do it correctly rather than rush it. That's the point.
Are you willing to do the risk, though? I want to get the answer, though. Are you willing to risk that there is a risk? There is a risk that if we pause and we don't get more money right, because we have to go back to referendum if we do,
Right.
like the plan that Mr. Riccio had mentioned, we still would have to go back to referendum because.
Absolutely.
So are you guys willing to risk that?
And I'll answer that question with a question to you. Are you willing to risk right now that this is the best plan for a community 20 years into the future?
Yes.
Because we don't
Yes,
know.
absolutely. They're telling us that it's going to.
Who's telling us?
At the current
Ma-
building
Madam-
rate, 35,000 square foot building would be 21,000.
It's obvious we're not going to agree tonight,
Well,
Madam Chair.
well,
so I think-
no, well, we're going to have a discussion. We
That's why
asked
I
to-
asked to
All
put it
right,
on.
okay, okay, okay. Okay, one at a time, please. I do want to get I got a letter today from the chairman of the library board, chairwoman, thank you. And I do want to read it into the record. It says, "Dear Councilwoman Triano and the town council members, as the library board chairperson, I am very familiar with this project, but I want to be clear that because of time constraints and because I thought we had moved past some of these issues that have been raised in the last week, the views I include in this letter are mine and not necessarily reflective of the whole board," similar to what Mary Baker said. Over the past few weeks, there have been many comments made from our local officials about the new library building, the size, the design, and the layout. I'm grateful that our public officials are interested and engaged in the library project. I am a little disappointed, however, that this degree of interest and level of engagement is coming so late in the process. Over the past 8 months, we have discussed all the topics to which these officials are currently objecting. We visited numerous libraries in Connecticut and other states. Our discussions and disagreements centered around the amount of space, use of space, location of items, design materials for future additions and renovations of the current building, parking, and the list is long, and it includes much more than what our officials are discussing. Everyone I know in the building committee and the library board would like a larger library. Everyone I know recognizes the library as absolutely the only space in town that is meant to serve every single citizen, regardless of age, gender, religion, values, etc., for free. No other building in this town serves everyone for free. For 25 years, I've had a front row seat to the cost of construction and budgeting construction projects, so I was not surprised at the base of inflation and the increased price of materials, not to mention availability of materials, we would not be able to build the size we wanted. Because of that, when we visited other libraries, we took notes on how to build creative and flexible spaces. Our goal is to build a creative, innovative, and motivational library and media center that meets everyone's needs. The library is the epicenter of creative and critical thinking. The intention was always for the design to reflect that. I am confident that the design that we have worked on to create will be more efficient, and the useful and flexible spaces will meet our community's needs. I appreciate your interest and desire for improvement. And of course, I would love to cut us a check for more money, but that is not likely to happen. Having done the presentations for the referendum, I don't think there's enough support for us to go back and ask for more money. Let us stay the course to realize the benefit of a highly functional, adaptive, and accessible new library for all residents. I think delaying this project would cost more money in the long run. It would be an insult to the architects, the library building committee, the library board, the library staff, and the current and former directors who have all worked so very hard to create the space we need. And it will hurt our current capital campaign efforts to raise more money for the interior items for the library. I am concerned the idea to delay this project is more about optics, and I'm suspicious the impending election is driving this desire to disrupt. I encourage all commissioners and the public to stay apprised of the project and all renderings via library website linking to the building projects and updates. And that's Tina Riccio, the chairwoman of the library building, chairman of the library board. I just want to say a couple of things, and then we can go to anyone else who might want to finish this conversation. We went back to the architect, and the architect project confirmed that the library can be expanded on the north, south, and east sides at a future date should the presiding council wish to do so. So there is definitely from the architect in writing that we can, at a future date, expand north, south, and east. So we have that in writing. We don't know what the inflation will be in the following years, and it's too important to move forward, not to move forward and and not step backwards. Should the bids come in under budget, we will have an opportunity to explore added features for the facade of the building. All of that was given to us by the architects themselves, not by someone's personal opinion, not by somebody's idea what it should be, shouldn't be, who have never even gone to a building committee meeting, have never gone to our meetings, never voiced their opinions. So I want to just put this down. This is the facts. Then the last thing I want to just say is to our building committee. I am so impressed that you didn't give up, that you continued, Jim, and Paul, and the rest of the building committee that are here. And Mary's there, they're pointing thumbs, I can't see everybody, but all of you, Bob Tonin, right, because in the midst of all of this, they were so creative. And these people aren't chopped liver. These people are experienced in the building profession. They've given their life to this. They work voluntarily. Of course, Jim Morelli as chairman, Paul Champagne vice chair, Ralph Warner for plumbing, Bob Tonin for electrical, Sev Bovino, Mary Baker, Paul Mazzacaro, Brian Oblin, who was very helpful, all of these people. Mark Schroeder, you were there for the meetings, Jeff Swain, and Mark Lovely, who doesn't build junk. And so I just want to say that. And now I'm going to, for the last, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second to the motion. We've had there's a motion on the floor.
Madam
Madam
Chair,
Chair,
there's more discussion.
And so we are still in discussion. If somebody would like to make
So,
another
Madam Chair,
point.
on that list that you read, Paul Mazzacaro also.
I said
His
it,
name-
Paul
okay,
Mazzacaro,
okay, just
yeah.
want to make sure, okay.
Yeah, he was great.
All right. And I just, before we finish, I just want to make it very clear that there have been people that have spoken at the building committee meetings.
Yes.
A number of people. Because I was at a lot of those meetings. There have been people that have come to our town council meetings and have spoken. So when I hear people saying that this is at the 11th hour, this is at the last minute, it certainly is not. We have been, our caucus has been speaking on this from consistently from May of 2021, when as soon as we took the unanimous vote to send it to referendum and we settled on the amount, to me, that was the last time that this was bipartisan. Because then you selected the library building committee and we didn't have a seat at the table. You said we don't need to do that. Well,
It is political to you.
well, that didn't feel great, right? Because we weren't involved. And then when we realized that it was a violation of the minority representation statute, we added a Dem to an 11-person committee. I have no problems with the library building committee. They're doing their job. They're doing what they are there to do. They're volunteering, just like us. Let's not forget. Just like this council, just like everyone who is sitting here who is involved with different boards and commissions, you're all volunteers. We're all volunteers. So we are trying to do the best that we can do with an important project. So, I don't like that people are saying this is the last minute and nobody's been speaking. People have been speaking up and they have been raising these concerns. We have consistently asked the question early on. We asked about the special referendum months ago, a long time ago. We had, as I said, I understand the situation about the Board of Finance. I get that. We had Board of Finance members, though, in this room very early on saying to us, talk with us because there might be something that can be done. So it's not, we've been very consistent. And I know we are at a point where it's very difficult. It's a very difficult decision. And unfortunately, that's our job. That's what we have agreed to be up here to do, is to have these hard discussions, to make these difficult decisions. I respect everybody's opinion on this, but I truly believe that as nice as the building is going to be, it's going to be ADA accessible, it's going to have flexibility. I just truly believe that it will not meet the needs of our community for decades. And if we have to start looking at expansion possibilities, that's going to cost money. And as everybody has said, we have school projects coming up. We have other, debt services at 13 million right now. So expansion is going to cost money. So
You're right.
yeah, I just thank you for allowing me to speak.
Madam Chair? Yeah. Thank you. So, while everybody was speaking, I guess I'm trying to jog my memory, right? And I went to my first meeting about the library in 2018. And the first meeting I attended, it was about the library. And I just sat as a resident, and I thought, just like a lot of residents that I spoke to, library books, right? And I got educated. What a library is a community center. I continued going to those meetings, and the Democrats had the majority of the council at the time, and a planning committee was formed. And I was on the planning committee, and the planning committee was made up of both Democrats and Republicans. And we had a great dialogue. I don't believe I remember seeing any of the council members at any of the planning committee meetings. But again, you don't have to be there. We report back, and you guys get all the info. But when we did the planning, the council majority changed from Democrat to Republican. When it changed, we then got charged, and the consultants even were mind-boggled by you, Madam Chair, that I think the dollar amount was 12 million. That's all we're going to give, for referendum. And we're like, well, that's kind of, you usually try to figure out what your needs are, and then you figure out the cost. It was backwards. It was like, well, this is all we're going to allow for a referendum. So we did it. Tappé was our architect at the time, and we designed it. And we got literally the same size library that we're now getting. ADA compliant. So it's like, okay, we get an ADA compliant, but 12 million. We did all the research and the data that showed that it was not what the community needed. At the time, the council majority, the Republicans, agreed that, you know what, that's the wrong project. We're going to up it to 16.9. And then the state hopefully will get the $1 million grant, and that will give us, $18 million almost. So again,
No, it would not be an additional million. It stays at whatever the.
the referendum is, okay.
Yeah.
So my apologies on that. So we ended up moving forward, designing it, getting input from the public. And that's how all these documents that were put out there was literally by the planning committee. And that's what that committee was charged to do, was plan what we needed for a library in our community. And we did that, and we did a phenomenal job. Our first number that we came in at was like, I think, $23 million. And it was going to be 8,000 square feet. And we were like, we're not going to get that. So we reduced it back to the bare minimum. We said, look, we could get this done roughly 30,000 square feet. And that was the bare minimum. And that's what the planning committee and the professionals and consultants, so to answer Morelli's thing, this isn't my opinion. These were consultants that plan for libraries. And this is their professional opinion. And now here we are. I get that we have inflation now. We have new variables, right? So when this went out to referendum, we didn't know that we were going to have all this inflation, pandemic, right? We didn't know all this. Because again, the library planning committee made the motion, because I made it, to move forward with the 16.9. So with that being said, here we are, we fast forward, and now we're kind of going backwards. And I think what we're asking the three Democrats is to pause it. And we were told before, months ago, that we're waiting on numbers, we're waiting on architects. We're not ready. We're waiting for the building committee. We're waiting for the building. Well, now we got the stuff. We have the info from the building committee. We now took a stance that this should be paused. We give all that info to the residents. We have a public hearing. There's new variables. And maybe Mr. Riccio's idea is a great idea because, again, before all this inflation and cost, maybe remodeling it is an idea. I can tell you during the planning process it wasn't. It was cheaper to knock down the building. But now with the new circumstances of pandemic and the building cost and inflation and all that, it may be a viable option. So again, getting public's input on this. We had a resident this evening during the public hearing say that he wants to see it go back out to referendum. So getting input and pausing it isn't risking anything. It's allowing democracy. It's allowing our constituents to give us their opinions. Then as elected officials, we could take a stance. We've all got numerous calls, emails, conversations, residents speaking at these council meetings in regards to that. They have concerns. So again, just rushing along a $17 million project isn't, we don't feel is the right way of doing it. pausing it to listen is the right thing. And I feel that politics is getting involved, and it's red versus blue, and it shouldn't be. This should be what's best for Southington. And pausing it and listening to the residents and the ideas, who knows? Maybe, Mr. Riccio could do a presentation on what his thing is, and, then we could go, wow, that's a great idea. And then we could then have a dialogue as a council of, do we put this out to referendum? Because currently we can't keep our current library because the referendum question said we had to knock it down. So maybe the referendum question after dialogue is, hey, are you okay with keeping the current library and remodeling it and still using the funds? That may be an option, but we're not entertaining any of that. And we're just, the blue side wants to do this, and we got the control, we won the majority, and we're not gonna listen to the residents, because that's what I'm hearing.
I think we should
So,
move the vote, Madam Chair. This is rhetoric at this point.
well, again, I just was trying to, you
Barry,
guys
you made your
wanted,
point.
Just
you
a
guys
minute.
wanted to have
Okay.
this dialogue tonight. We wanted to have a in-depth, in long conversation so that nothing is missed here. So again, I went back all the way to the planning committee that I served on. And again, now I'm on the council,
We
and I'm.
appreciate the history. We're all here for it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
We're all,
Just-
I wasn't actually on the town council in 2018.
Go ahead, Paul.
No, I appreciate everything you're saying, Jack. I think all of that is, it's all valuable information, of course. And the issue before us, however, is, I was told a long time ago by my father, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. And we're dealing with taxpayer funds. And that's, for me, the biggest issue with going back for a referendum is that if we go back with any question to the residents at this point, it's going to cost us if the proposal is not accepted by the residents. So if we go back to the residents for more money, if we go back for a change in the referendum question, if we go back for using, not only, for example, in the scenario that you talked about with using the existing building, which was discussed in the past, that will cost more money to design, to come up, so now all of that money that we will use to redesign and start all over again and go through all the planning and zoning approvals all over again, that's months and months and months of work, that's going to come off of the 16.9 that we have to spend, and we might end up with even a smaller. So the biggest problem for me, the biggest problem for me is that all of that is so unknown. We really don't know, all of these possibilities. We are charged right now with building a $16.9 million library. We are at the point where we're going out to bid, and we cannot afford unknowns to adversely affect the value that our residents are going to get by moving forward. With that, I'm going to make a motion to move the vote, please.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion on that?
There's no discussion.
I'm just kidding. Yes.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion on the floor to move the motion. So the motion is to pause the library.
You have to have,
No,
the
you have to make a
motion is to
motion
put
to-
it to, for action on
Call
our
the-
next
Call the roll,
meeting.
call the
Okay,
roll,
wait.
You have to call the roll to move the motion first.
call the roll.
Yes, so if you could, please.
We're voting to go to the vote, is what we're doing.
Ending discussion. Go ahead.
Dietzick?
Yes.
Lombardi?
Yes.
Morelli?
Yes.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Chaplinsky?
Yes.
Del Santo?
Yes.
DiPaolo?
Yes.
Triano?
Yes. Now we're moving the motion. Now we call the roll for the motion. And the motion is to put the item on the, or put the
action.
item,
Action on the next
to
meeting.
pause.
To
Yeah.
pause, to pause the project, to put it on for action at the next agenda.
Yes.
Correct. Motion with motion second, so now call the roll.
Okay.
Dietzick?
It's one of these tougher issues, but no.
Lombardi?
Build the library, no.
Morelli?
No.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
Chaplinsky?
No.
Del Santo?
No.
DiPaolo?
Yes.
Triano?
It's our mandate from the voters to go. And,
Okay,
No.
so Madam Chair, then I'll make a motion to add to the agenda for action tonight, because the motion was to wait 2 weeks, so that's fine. I'll make a motion to add under new business item C, action on pausing the library project, and we can vote on it tonight.
Second.
Chris, would you mind amending your motion to pausing it so that we could have a public hearing to listen to the residents.
Okay, so is that what you want to say, Chris?
Does that include the 11 professionals that are on the building committee?
Okay, no, let's,
Goodness
we're just all
gracious.
tired, we're
Okay.
just tired. So there's a motion to add it tonight,
Yes, a new business item C.
item C, and we have a second for that?
No, it's done.
You have a
Second,
second?
yep,
Yeah,
second.
okay. So, any more discussion on it? Please call the roll.
Dietzick,
No.
Lombardi,
Yes to add to agenda.
Morelli. Palmieri.
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Chaplinsky,
Yes.
Del Santo,
No.
DiPaolo,
Yes?
Triano.
Yes.
Okay, it's on.
Let's
for-
do it.
It's on
Thank
for,
you.
it's on for action right now on the,
New
on the
business
current
item C,
agenda.
thank you.
It's
We have
on
to get,
current
but we have to get
agenda.
there. We have to get there.
Don't
We're not-
leave
We're not
yet,
there yet.
everybody.
We got
Don't
14
leave yet.
minutes.
Okay.
I'll pull a white shell.
Okay, we're at tax refunds, Madam Chair.
Yes, yes, we are. Tax refunds, Jack?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve our tax refunds that are presented in our packet.
Second.
I hear a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain, Madam Chair.
One abstention?
Getting more money?
I don't know. Wow.
Is there
I
anybody
have
else
a real
abstaining?
problem.
Okay, with just one abstention.
Car taxes.
Mark, appointments?
Yes, I was given the name of Effie Matogionis. Did I get that right? Matogionis?
It's almost midnight.
Okay. Very good. You are hereby appointed as an alternate member of the Conservation Commission. Your term expires April 2025.
Okay. Item C. Item C. It is on the agenda. The vote is, do we pause the,
So, yeah, I'll make a motion
Go ahead.
to, I'll make a motion to request a pause the library project so we can reevaluate next steps.
okay, pause the library to reevaluate.
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion on this?
It can't be indefinite, so how long of a pause are we talking about?
Well, you just said pause
What does that mean?
to reevaluate.
Every day is $1, so are you gonna pause it for a month, 2 weeks, 6 months?
Oh, maybe a not to exceed?
I'm just asking.
I think we can vote on the motion as it was made, and
I got a question. Would that change anyone's votes?
Right.
If that would change
We're
your.
willing to.
It's gonna impact,
Okay.
it's gonna impact the library project tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because now we gotta hold the bids. Can't do anything until.
So your stance is, yeah, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant then.
We're days away from launching bids.
This is a policy decision the council needs to make, so my suggestion is you vote on the motion and move from there.
Right.
Okay, very good.
And we've again asked repeatedly, and we were told to wait, which we did, patiently wait to get more information. Now we've got our information.
Right.
That's why we're asking for this now. We did ask for this much
For months.
earlier.
okay, very good. Okay, so the motion is to pause. So, Madam Clerk, please.
Dietzick,
No.
Lombardi,
No.
Morelli,
No.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Perry,
Yes to pause.
Chaplinsky,
No, because the cost will be too high.
Del Santo.
No.
DiPaolo,
Yes.
Triano.
No, because of the cost. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Let's get out of here.
Aye.